All right, welcome back, everyone. We're day 3 of the San Jose Council meeting here in April. Before we get started, I'll turn to Executive Director for any updates.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Just a couple of updates for you this morning. One, earlier in the meeting, I referenced an evening session that CRITVIC was going to put together on avian predation in the Columbia Basin. They'll be giving that presentation or workshop, I'm not quite sure what to call it, but it'll be happening this afternoon. They're aiming for 4:30 with the idea we'll adjourn a little bit early. That's scheduled to take place in the SAS. If we do go long, there's talk of doing that at 7 p.m. to allow folks to get dinner ahead of time. But based on the balance of our agenda, we should adjourn a little early today. So if you're interested in that, plan on 4:30 in the SAS. Just one more announcement. We do have salmon scheduled for today. I understand there's still negotiations ongoing. So we will pick that up per usual when we're ready. We're aiming for sometime right around lunch. But just please stay tuned and we will pick that up when they're ready. So that's all I have for you this morning, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take any questions.
Questions, the Executive Director? Right, seeing none, with that, I'll turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Hassemer for his going on coastal pelagics. So, Pete?
Thank you, Chair Penninger. Good morning, all. And not to jinx what the Executive Director just said about the schedule, I'm a very positive person. It's the 13th of April. I have microphone number 13 here, 13 squared. It's going to be a good day. We're okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Katrina Burnhouse, give us an overview on this agenda item. Katrina.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Under this agenda item, which is agenda item G1, National Marine Fisheries Service Report, the Pacific Fishery Management Council will hear a regulatory update from Mr. Josh Lindsay of NMFS West Coast Region, and we'll hear an update on research and other Southwest Fishery Science Center activities from Dr. Annie Yao of the Southwest Fishery Science Center. In the briefing book, you have NMFS Report 1, as well as a supplemental NMFS report that outlines the 2024 to 2025 final sardine specifications, as well as Dr. Yao's presentation as G1B supplemental NMFS presentation 1. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Josh Lindsay.
All right, let me check in. Any questions before we start? Not seeing any. Josh, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I did not intend to read this verbatim into the record for the norm here, just would highlight a couple items that might be of most interest to folks around the table. We were able to publish a notice of availability of the revised sardine rebuilding plan on March 12th. The comment period for that plan ends May 11th. And then we'll have a really short turnaround to either approve, disapprove, partially approve that plan before the court deadline, as well as our Magnuson required timeline on amendments. The other thing I would just highlight is we added a supplemental report, which was the last year's, the 24-2025 harvest specifications. As folks are aware, we had to go through a series of interim specifications, and so that final rule did not publish until late November. There was a lot of moving pieces with that, a variety of issues, so we just thought it might be helpful to put that into the briefing book for folks to take a look at if they had time. I know it came in late. I apologize for that. I think that's all I wanted to highlight. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Lindsay on the NMFS report? And not seeing any, then I think, Josh, we go to the Science Center. And we should have Dr. Annie Yao online. Dr. Yao, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Excellent. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning, everyone, council members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Annie Yao. I am the Director of the Fisheries Resources Division at the Southwest Fishery Science Center, here to give you an annual coastal pelagic species research update. Just going to ask if, thank you for putting up the slides. Next slide, please. This is just a brief outline of what I'll talk about today: assessments, surveys, population structure, life history, genetics, and an update on a collaborative Future Seas project. Next slide, please. This is the CPS assessment schedule. So at this meeting, up for consideration are the Pacific Sardine update assessment and the Pacific Mackerel catch-only update assessment. In 2026, we sort of mutually discussed not conducting the Pacific Sardine benchmark and instead using that time to focus on a methods review for the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey. As a reminder, that survey is going to be operational in that new form for its first time this summer of 2025. So in early 2026, we are planning to conduct a methods review for that survey. And that allows us to then hopefully incorporate it into a 2027 Pacific Sardine benchmark assessment. In that same year, we have we also discussed having the Pacific Mackerel update assessment. I'll note that it's sort of an ongoing topic of discussion over here. It would be a heavy lift to do both of those assessments in 2027. Next slide, please. Okay, here are just assessment results. So, I don't go over the assessments in detail. I don't usually do that, but just a little bit of a preview of the assessment results of interest for both the Pacific Mackerel on the left and Pacific Sardine on the right, assessments that are up for consideration before the council at this meeting. On the left, Pacific Mackerel, for both sets, left and right, Mackerel and Sardine, you have on the top, age 1+ biomass estimate trends from the assessment, including projected years. And on the bottom, you have the recruitment time series, also from the assessment, also including projected years. And so you have also in the top right corner of the top panel, the actual numbers. So for Pacific Mackerel, age 1+ biomass estimates for 2025 through 2026 was 61,737 metric tons. For the following fishing year, it was then 67,954 metric tons. On the right for Pacific Sardine, there is an age 1+ biomass estimate for the current fishing year at 30,158 metric tons. Again, you have the full assessment documents in your materials, and these are agenda items for later today. Just a little bit of a preview of relevant results. Next slide, please. Okay, CPS recruitment and the environment continues to be a topic that we pursue as a priority topic, research topic within the division, and some efforts toward this. At this meeting, we have in your materials, we looked at Pacific Sardine and Cal Coffee sea surface temperature relationship. If you recall, this is a relationship that there's a formula for it that's calculated and within the harvest control rule. And so what we did is that relationship comes from a workshop from 2013 using data through 2008. We extended that time series that was used, extended all the way through whatever the last benchmark assessment data was. And there's two time series in question. There's age 2+ spawners per recruit. You take the spawners, you take the recruits, and then it's a ratio. And then the Cal Coffee sea surface temperature. So we updated those time series and extended them out through, I want to say 2023, and checked that correlation. We ran that correlation the exact way it was done at the 2013 workshop. The spawners per recruit and Cal Coffee SST are still significantly correlated. That strength of that correlation is less strong than the last time the analysis was run in 2013. This is a completely expected result on our end. In the more recent years of updated data, you have periods of sardine, lower biomass, but also you have years in which we have just what we consider to be anomalous temperatures compared to, the historical time series. You could think of heat waves, things like that. So an unsurprising result. We did that spot check. It is still significantly correlated. It is that strength, that correlation is less strong than it was the last time the analysis was run. So another parallel pathway And this is with an eye towards the next sardine benchmark and possibly anchovy benchmark, but Pacific sardine, northern anchovy recruitment drivers. So we are investigating, we're looking at developing a recruitment index for Pacific sardine and northern anchovy that is based on ocean ecosystem biological variables. So can we sort of come up with a way to predict recruitment that has variables driving that recruitment? And preliminary results, so it's an ongoing study. We don't have a publication out. Preliminary results suggest that the following may be important for recruitment: the timing of upwelling season, local spawning habitat, zooplankton forage availability, and ocean currents in the Southern California bight. If you imagine all of these just interacting with, where adults might be spawning, the environment that larvae are born into, that all influences their survival and recruitment success. So ongoing efforts towards this broad research question are outlined here. Next slide, please. Moving into survey updates. So from the CPS survey from 2024, our summer results. I'll note that this is the last iteration of the CPS summer survey in this current form, as in 2025. We anticipate moving into the integrated West Coast Pelagic survey. I have a few slides on that coming up. So in the summer of 2024, overall operationally, a great success. The entire planned area was surveyed except for about 10 nearshore transects. That was due to a combination of factors, primarily weather and schedule issues. So we didn't have large operational or wage mariner crew staffing issues that we've had in the past. Again, like operationally a success this summer. The NOAA vessel, the Lasker, executed 80 out of 85 days at sea, surveyed from Baja California to Vancouver Island, included the multifunction trawl net gear trials. So this is the new net that was designed with industry partners to be able to fish at various depths without having to change over the entire net or doors or any part of it. And so the first 5 days at sea on the Lasker were dedicated to what we consider like finalizing that testing. If you recall, we did testing in December. So industry reps were with us for those 5 days. And then we proceeded to use that net for the duration of the survey because of our confidence in the way the net was fishing and the operations for that. A nice transition to the summer, to the integrated survey operations. Our two partner industry vessels, the Long Beach Carnage and the Lisa Marie, sampled in the areas we asked them to as part of our collaboration. So the Long Beach Carnage did 14 of 23 days at sea in the southern half of California from San Diego to Big Sur. This is the one where there were 10 unsampled transects, again, weather and scheduling issues. And then the industry vessel Lisa Marie did 22 of 38 days at sea from Monterey to Cape Flattery. They also did, at our direction and request, they followed the Lasker over 7 days at sea to do trawl seine comparisons. This is motivated by, if you recall, there's 1 year where we had the Lisa Marie do the sampling offshore in the core areas where the Lasker could not do it in the Pacific Northwest because of operational issues. And we, the SSC, the review panels, thought there might be some avoidance issues of mackerels possibly avoiding the purse seine during daytime. So the Lisa Marie followed the Lasker and tried to do as close in time and space as possible, sampling nighttime purse sampling in conjunction with Lasker, nighttime trawl sampling. So there's the results of that are outlined in the biomass estimation tech memo, which was finalized and I'm told was submitted to the NOAA repository, I think on Thursday or Friday. So it should be out publicly available shortly. And that was presented at the SSC CPS subcommittee review of the sardine assessment as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so a map showing the survey results from the summer. And again, so these are the two main data sources from the survey that go into producing the biomass results. So on the left is the acoustic backscatter map. And so, wherever you're seeing circles and the larger circles mean larger acoustic signals, we're saying for all CPS. And then we apportion that acoustic signal to various CPS using the trawl data, which is illustrated on the right. So you can see the species compositions, lots of anchovy south of San Francisco, also jack mackerel and Pacific herring north of San Francisco. Where we're seeing sardine, it's mostly sort of south of the San Francisco Bay Area. And that was true for both nearshore and offshore core area Alaska sampling. So these two data sources are combined to give you the biomass estimate. Next slide, please. So this is the table summarizing the estimated biomasses from various CPS from the 2024 summer survey. I realize the numbers themselves might be a little small. Again, this is in your briefing book. And so just, for example, Pacific sardine northern stock, 77,703 metric tons. Pacific mackerel, 11,129 metric tons. The confidence intervals are illustrated, and then the coefficients of variation are on the very right, all sort of within the sets of ranges we see from prior years, from prior experience as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. So moving on to the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey in 2025, and I'm sure you're all well aware of this. We have been planning for years. The Northwest and Southwest Fisheries Science Centers are going to integrate our surveys for Pacific hake with our surveys for coastal pelagic species, all the while maintaining the survey schedule. Some updates on our end. In January of 2025, we held a planning workshop, a much smaller one. It involved acoustic trawl methods experts on our end and eDNA and environmental sampling experts. So the hake survey has a history of having more time and ability to conduct eDNA environmental sampling from their survey. And so this discussion was to try and see operationally and scientifically how could we incorporate eDNA environmental sampling onto a single vessel for the summer. It would be the Shimada. So those conversations went well, and we do plan to, in addition to our acoustic trawl method, collect some eDNA and environmental sampling from the Shimada along the entire sampling area. In February 2025, we conducted new multifunction trawl net testing by the DFO Canada vessel, the research vessel Franklin. The Canadian vessel collects hake data in partnership with Northwest Center through the Hake Treaty. So they sample Canadian waters, and there was obviously, discussion about this is in response to just trying to figure out what net that vessel should be using. If we are going to switch to the MFT, does it make sense for the Franklin to continue using their current elution wing trawl or not? So there was testing done. We loaned our net to the Franklin for this time period. That testing went really well. Our industry partners went on that vessel. That information was presented to the hake SRG, and my understanding is that they have decided that the Franklin will continue with using that net this summer. And so we will be using the multifunction trawl net both on the Shimada, and then Canada will be using it in their waters as well. Again, that's primarily hake focused. In March of 2025, we did what we consider the final round of MFT testing on the Shimada. Again, they did a little bit of that testing on the Shimada this summer, again, with industry partners on board. In March 2025, we had, I think, 4 or 5 days at sea on the Shimada. Well, we finished that initial testing. Things are working well, and we are all set to use the MFT for the first time this summer for the integrated survey. We have a draft tech memo. It should be out within a week or so, we hope. But it's in collaboration with industry. So the industry persons who helped us create this new MFT system for the integrated survey wrote up a history of how that collaboration happened, technical specs of the net as a report to us. We found it so useful that we decided to, conjunction with them, turn it into a tech memo to just have that be a document that we could all refer to moving forward. And so that is, like I said, going to be out within the next week or so, we hope. Next slide, please. Okay, so the plan for the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey is here this summer. A transect map is on the left. I hope you can understand that that's a plan right now, and we sort of adapt as the survey comes along and over time. But currently it's scheduled for June 11th through September 14th, 99 days at sea on the Shimada. 5 days at sea are for transit and staging. We also have some weather days built in like we usually do, but 81 days at sea for the survey itself. 13 days at sea at the end for some research and gear trials. This is primarily Northwest Center focused activity for hake. We will use the new multifunction trawl net system. We will have acoustics at 5 frequencies, 24-hour trawling for hake and CPS, hake during the day, CPS at night, and some environmental and eDNA sampling, all on board the Shimada. We are seeking to have nearshore sampling from industry vessels as well, like we always have. And we are coordinating with Canada's DFO on sampling for hake in Canada's waters. Next slide, please. So on to some more other topics, life history research, for this 2025 Pacific Sardine update, the team was able to keep up with the frequency of aging needs for assessments. They've been able to do that for a few years now. And all sampled sardine from the 2024 CPS survey identified as northern stock were aged on time provided to the assessment. You can see that data here, the lengths, weights, and ages. Nothing too different from what we've seen in previous years. So we're seeing a lot of age ones, and then a couple of others up through age 4. Next slide, please. This is a list of ongoing life history research for CPS. I won't go into each of these in detail. It just gives you a flavor for, again, continued lots of research on CPS. So general topics, CPS survey design, aging sample sizes and methods. So are we aging enough, too much, collecting them in the right way, are all ongoing research topics. Looking at variability in sardine age and growth, and then growth, recruitment, climate, and stocks all sort of influencing somatic growth. So these are all ongoing research topics. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a slide on published research, and 2 papers, tech memos on population structure have come out recently, and I think it's worth mentioning here, population structure, subpopulation structure being different from stock structure. You can choose to select stock structure to match. You do not have to. There are implications for not doing so, and it depends on, the circumstances and how different that boundary might be. So population structure. First, a systematic review of somatic growth patterns in relation to population structure for Pacific sardine. The paper discusses how sardine ages are so highly variable that it would be difficult statistically to detect any differences geographically and arising from subpopulation structure, for example. I'm obviously oversimplifying. It's a very long, detailed paper. I encourage you to read it if you are interested. Similarly, the subpopulation problem in Pacific sardine, generally, it's a look at all of the history of how the 2 subpopulation hypotheses came about. It applies what we know today of those methods and analyses. Are those methods that were state of the art then still valid today? Does anyone still use them? That sort of thing. And it argues that, that the way that this 2 subpopulation structure was arrived at is not valid if you apply, like I said, current scientific criteria. So again, I'm oversimplifying all the details in the paper and encourage you to read that if you're interested in that. But so 2 major papers on subpopulation structure for Pacific sardines specifically have come out recently. Next slide, please. Another population structure of Pacific sardine paper is in the works. And so this is ongoing genetics research. It is a whole genome sequencing of Pacific sardines. So the latest state-of-the-art method looking at genomics and genetic differences. 317 individuals from Oregon to the Gulf of California. Over almost 7 million single nucleotide polymorphisms to compare. And so you think, you again, sort of thinking whole genome comparison among these individuals all along this widespread geographic area. Preliminary results are showing no signal of differences in the overall population, no showing that local agitation was occurring. And if you're grouping by subpopulations, the genomics are not showing any differences as well. So the whole genome sequencing, again, a preliminary result is not showing any differences in the genetics of Pacific sardine from Oregon to the Gulf of California. We hope this is coming out soon. It is going through our review processes internally now, and we'll go through a journal review process shortly. Next slide, please. Okay, other genetics research, Japanese sardine. So we continue to, for every sardine that we sample from the CPS survey for age and length data, we continue to collect a genetic sample to test for whether it's Japanese sardine or not. That result comes in after, it takes a little while. So we've aged and length them for northern stock. And then we learn whether they're Japanese sardine or not, but we continue to do this. They persist in our 2024 summer survey samples. So they've, a little recap, they first showed up in 2022. They persisted in 2023, and they're still here in 2024. The last time I presented on Japanese sardine, we thought there was one in 2013. We thought there was one Japanese sardine. We've since, our scientists have gone and looked back at that with some different techniques and have ruled out that being a Japanese sardine. So that is not the case. They first show up in 2022. As far as our, they're not in our samples from 2013 to 2021. The table shows the number analyzed of sardine in general, the number that ended up being Pacific, the number ended up being Japanese, and then the percent Japanese sardine. This does not translate to a percent biomass Japanese sardine. It's a percentage of our samples. The biomass conversion is more complicated, so we couldn't say, it's actually 18% biomass, for example, in 2024. We're not saying it translates that way. But so they're still here. There's still age zeros showing up, like a handful, 1 to 3, I think. And they are still here. They are still caught in the same trawl as Pacific sardine ones, so they are schooling together in the same area, that sort of thing. This is a topic that we continue to sample and study. We are looking at some other, do other data collections along the coast, have samples we have the time and capacity to analyze, things like that. So ongoing topic for us. I think it's worth mentioning we didn't have synoptic collection yet. So our goal is to get a genetic sample for every sardine that we also take age and length data from. Because of various reasons, none of them intentional, we have not been able to do that yet. We've been close, and so we're hoping 2025 is the one. But it's a goal we have, and we haven't quite met it. And the years sort of vary, and last year was close, but not all the way. So just something to keep in mind as we look at the data. It's like it's not complete in the way we would like it to be complete as far as sampling. We are continuing to try and get there. Next slide, please. I'll also mention the Japanese sardine. That is a tech memo that is published and out in the NOAA repository for the 2024 information, and it talks about what happened in 22 and 23 as well. This is my last slide, the Future Seas update. So if you recall, this is a collaboration, university scientists collaborating with some NOAA scientists. And so just a quick update. There are a couple of publications that have come out this year, all along the theme of, climate influences on U.S. West Coast, California current ecosystem stocks and fisheries. There was one by Muelling et al. This year published on marine heat waves influencing availability of sardine subpopulations. As you can imagine, with warmer waters of marine heat waves, the northern stock habitat, the northern stock does not like that as habitat. And so where marine waves were happening, we were seeing less northern stock fish in those areas. And so to the extent we can predict marine heat waves and our confidence in that, you would then predict that northern stock Sardine is not in those areas of marine heat waves. And so, presumably southern stock might like that a little bit better, and that might be an increasing sardine availability. So this is my last slide, and I thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Yao. Let me look around and see if there are any questions on the presentation. Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Dr. Yao, and thank you for the presentation. I'm on slide 3. It's about stock assessments and the schedule. I was wondering if you could speak to the workload associated with the Pacific mackerel, a catch-only update versus an assessment update.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Brady, for the question. I think a catch-only update and an update assessment, I think, would be similar in terms of workload. I think the major issue here is the sardine benchmark. We think it would be quite an undertaking. Integrated survey, review completed, and not sure how different that incorporation of that survey data might be or might not be. It might not be very different at all. And then thinking also in terms of trying to find ways forward for like recruitment and environmental influences of recruitment. And that may or may not be a large undertaking as well. It's quite an undertaking now for some peripheral staff. So I think short answer to your question, a catch-only update and an update for Pacific mackerel would be similar in terms of workload.
Thanks, Dr. Yao. And I just wanted to clarify, it says April 2025 Pacific mackerel catch-only update, and then in 2027 it says Pacific mackerel update assessment. Is that indeed an update assessment?
Through the Vice Chair again, and I think Council staff could also, if I get this wrong, chime in, but my understanding is the last time this was revisited, I think in November, the November meeting, it was discussed to be an update. And I think that again was sort of trying to factor in, two benchmarks would be, far more work and a huge, I think, staffing challenge on our end. And so my guess is that the settling was on an update, considering that we had a benchmark in. We already had the sardine benchmark scheduled.
Katrina, did you want to add something to that?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, that's correct, Dr. Yao. In November 2024, that's when the Council went through the stock assessment prioritization process for CPS species. It's agenda item J3 in November. And that is when they recommended this schedule that you see here, which includes the catch-only update for April 2025 and the update assessment in 2027, considering the high workload of the Pacific sardine benchmark assessment in 2027 and the need to complete the integrated survey review next year.
Thank you. Katrina or Brianna?
Thank you, Katrina. Could you refresh my memory then? Was there any discussion about the COP specifying a catch-only update and versus what we'll see in the SSC statement about mackerel? Through the chair, thank you, Brianna. The COPs for mackerel, which is in COP 9, it specifies that there should be a benchmark assessment every 4 years, and every 2 years in between those assessments, there should be an update assessment. These COPs are guidelines, and in the stock assessment prioritization process, the catch-only update was recommended due to other workload.
Thank you. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning, Dr. Yao. Like so many other species in this council, there's a lot of complications with these fish and for the sardines. I'm going to throw you a couple softball questions. First of all, does Mexico do a stock assessment on their sardine harvest and stocks that are primarily there in the Gulf of California and off of Baja? And what about Japan? And I assume these, what we call Japanese sardines, are coming from Japan, swimming across the ocean, being intercepted in a lot of high seas fisheries. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Dr. Lunt, for your questions. So the short answer is I believe both of those are true. So I know that Mexican scientists at least estimate the biomass of sardine, of what we call southern stock sardine in their waters. And I am a little unclear as to whether they go all the way to doing an assessment on that. They do have an open fishery for that, and they do catch that stock. The Japanese sardine, yes, they do biomass estimates. They do assessments on those. The Japanese sardine are a little bit higher in biomass than, it's high biomass now, which is what I think one reason we think is contributing to the Japanese sardine possibly being in our water. So the short answer is I think Mexico, definitely a biomass estimate, possibly an assessment, and then Japanese sardine, yes, a biomass estimate and an assessment.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Dr. Yao. My question is regarding slide 5. You talked about the Pacific sardine and northern anchovy recruitment drivers and that a recruitment index is being developed. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that. I think you said there was a publication forthcoming, when we might expect that publication, and what that might mean for how we're managing.
To the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for your question. So this is sort of a broader effort to get at an EMSY framework, right? So, and I'll phrase it as like this desire to have sardine, CPS being so influenced by their environment, and how do we best account for that somewhere along our science and management process? The general topic this falls under. So this preliminary study will shortly be submitted to a journal. I don't think it is yet. I think it's like almost there. It's cleared our internal review processes, I understand. So it just depending on how long that journal review process takes. But we also had anticipated it feeds into our efforts to get at the broader, like I said, EMSY, and I'm using that term, like I said, loosely as an umbrella for CPS and environment interactions. To get at EMSY for the benchmark assessment in 2027. So this paper builds on that. We have ongoing discussions with SSC CPS subcommittee members, primarily the chair, to sort of wrap our heads around, how best to get at some EMSY calculation and where it makes sense to do that in the science process. So my short answer for your question is, I'm not sure, but probably months. And we have an eye on this for the 2027 benchmark.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Annie. Just watching these slides and your presentation just reminds me of how much how valuable the work you all do for us is, and I know I will. A couple questions. I think Brianna was maybe getting at, not to get ahead of the schedule here, but Tomorrow we'll be talking about science needs and maybe different ways of doing things and maybe less workload intensive ways of doing mackerel, for example. So first question, will you be available tomorrow? Because we'll be talking about whether to take up EMSY or stock structure or all these various ideas, and you laying out all your schedules and priorities here. What we ask for obviously has to line up and with what you all are able to do. So yeah, just hoping you will be available tomorrow. And secondly, I know our agency was kind of, with the federal budget uncertainty, not sure about the nearshore survey this summer, but it looks like on your slide that is planned to go forward as part of the new survey, the nearshore component of that.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for your questions. Yes, tomorrow it is on my calendar. I plan to call in for the session to listen, but also be available for questions as the council deems appropriate. The near shore, it is a plan. It is a plan. We're committed to our mission as we always have been. We are working through our processes to get our priority assessments and survey work done this year. And so it is a plan, yes, the nearshore work.
Further questions? Not seeing any around the table, but Dr. Yao, I do have two questions here. One is on slide 4. On the assessment results, and I know later today we're taking up the assessment, but good opportunity for me to ask the scientists here. We can get slide 4 up there. It has there it is. So on the right side, the graphs are there. Those same graphs are in the assessment, but also they have the same information on for a longer time series, goes back to 2020, so 25 years of information. And the two lines there, the primary ones comparing the benchmark and the update assessments, track perfectly over those almost 25 years, except when you get to 2023. If you look at the biomass estimates, all of a sudden the lines go in different directions, and on the recruits, this 1-year lag shows up in those. That at least the longer time series doesn't show up anywhere else. Is that a function of the assessment process and the models, that if we looked at this same graph 10 years from now, that would all be smoothed out? Or is something happening here that's changing all of this, causes this confusion? And I know you mentioned some of the anomalies out there in the ocean, but are there any concerns or thoughts about what's happening there on the right side?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for your questions. With every assessment I've ever seen, there's higher uncertainty in the terminal years, because if you sort of think of like a long time series, there's like a lot of information, like in the middle time series, early time series, you have a lot of information, a lot of time points telling you what's sort of happening. In the most recent years, they're just sort of the most uncertain. There's less data grounding it. So it's common in assessments generally to have higher uncertainty in the terminal years. I think with CPS, it is, and their variability in general, that there's possibly an additional layer to that, more uncertainty in terminal years. There is nothing concerning. I'll use the word you used, Mr. Vice Chair. There's nothing concerning about what we're seeing here. So I think it's sort of a combination of, terminal years of an assessment always having a little more uncertainty in other years, Sardine themselves, being a highly uncertain, highly variable, highly volatile population dynamics species.
All right, thank you. And my other question was on slide 14, the genetics research on the stocks. The slide shows there were 317 samples that were analyzed, but it spans the area from Oregon to the Gulf of California. And I know there's, 6.9 million SNPs in there, the single nucleotide polymorphisms, but is that a reasonable sample size across that large expanse of geography? I'm just trying to picture 317 samples and the distribution, and are there plans to get more? I guess wait to see the paper and what it says about that. But what are your thoughts on that?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for this question. It is a good question. So I in talking to the scientists who have done this analysis, I mean, I sort of asked a similar question, both sample size and then also like the sample stop at Oregon. Do we need to go further north? Was the question I had. And I think a main motivation for the study was to test this idea of do the subpopulations hold genetically? There's a subpopulation hypothesis, this sort of separation somewhere in the California, of northern versus southern subpop. Does it hold genetically? And the response was that if there was a difference, you would have detected, this is enough to detect it, and you would see the difference pretty starkly between northern versus southern. Like they do have enough to make that comparison, they think. So the short answer, the sample size, talking to our scientists, is enough. There aren't currently plans to update this with more because they, like I said, they don't think it's needed. Like they have enough samples, it covers the geographic area they want to. If there was a difference, it would have been detected already. It's not as if their genetics are changing over time. And so there is no need, based on the way the method works, to add more or update.
All right, thank you. Let me look around once more, see if there were any other questions. And I'm not seeing any hands here, so thank you very much, Dr. Yao, for that. Pull up my schedule here. I'll turn first to Josh. I think that completes all the NIMS reports. Thank you. So then we have a report from the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, Mark Fina. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, our report is mostly a thank you to the Science Center staff for working so well with us recently. We feel like we've developed a good partnership with them in the science that's being done to support the survey in particular. We have 2 boats that participate in surveys in the nearshore. We have a number of fishermen who've been on boats and who've been consulted about equipment purchases, about how to deploy and manage gear, how to make sure the survey, or try to improve how the survey's counting fish. And our report is mainly just saying that we feel like we have a good partnership going and feel like that's developing well. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Fina on the advisory subpanel report? Seeing no questions, thank you, Mark. That is all the reports we have. We do have a public comment sign up. Mr. Jeff Chester, moving up to the table. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Jeff Chester, representing the conservation organization Oceana. Good to see you all in person, and happy Sunday here. I guess We wanted to make a couple comments with respect to the sardine specifications for 24 and 25. We were disappointed to see that despite there was a court order asking for changes to what was proposed in terms of those specifications to address some of the legal issues that the court identified. But unfortunately, we were disappointed that NOAA did not make any changes in response to that court order and essentially finalized the specifications as originally proposed. The key concern was that those specs continued to use the Cal Coffee Index, despite the court order finding that NIMS did not use the best available science and that Cal Coffee materially overestimates the overfishing limit. So what we have continued to ask for and request is for there to be an effort to develop and analyze alternatives to looking at that EMSY. We are optimistic. We did see in Dr. Yao's presentation some recruitment drivers and other methods to do that. And so we hope to further discuss that with you today. But that remains a significant, longstanding concern that we've been raising since 2017 here at the Council. With respect to the Science Center's presentation, we see extremely great value in the work that they're doing. Oceana continues to fight hard against the current administration's attempts to make cuts to NOAA because the science is just ultimately underpins the ability of sustainable management and what the Council's work here is. We did note that the AT surveys did show a very surprisingly low biomass for the the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy off Oregon and Washington, which we raised in the open comment, as well as for Pacific mackerel. I guess there is sort of a concern that even just getting that information in this report, there's no actual Council process to say, okay, there's a red flag, what do we do about this? So I guess that's sort of a key issue. And it gets back to the 2018 acoustic trawl methodology review, where the acoustic trawl surveys were concluded to be the best available science for informing annual management. But there still seems to be a lot of debate about what that means and how to operationalize that. And so we are looking forward to that 2026 review of the new integrated survey, hopefully being able to maybe provide some additional guidance for that. But we are noticing there is some big differences a lot of times between the status quo management versus what these surveys are telling us without any real way to respond to that. We are very pleased to see that, I guess, one of the responses to that review was to actually study the nearshore and get good estimates of the nearshore. And it does appear that in the last few years that has really happened by the partnership with the industry vessels. And so we definitely support that. And ultimately, we'd like to see the AT surveys directly being used to inform biomass estimates, which actually could result in having to do less frequent assessments, which I know is coming up in the case of mackerel. Using the surveys directly could be a potential way to reduce those resource issues on NOAA, and particularly could be useful in terms of thinking about IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act projects. This could be a real sort of way to improve efficiencies, better respond to kind of climate-driven shifts, and ultimately reduce resource burdens on the science centers. As far as the sardine stock structure, just a couple key points here. We are aware that in addition to the points that was brought up in the Science Center presentation, there is new research that also is further supporting the two-stock differentiation. There was a stock structure workshop just a couple of years ago that updated the habitat models, and I think it's clear we all understand there really is no genetic difference between the populations. However, on a decadal scale, not the hundreds of years, there is a persistent geographic separation in these stocks, so that and that's concluded to be the case even in the last review. So there are strong practical reasons to continue to manage this as two stocks. We've asked repeatedly to add the southern stock into the CPS FMP so that the southern fishery and the live bait fishery in particular are not constrained by the northern stocks rebuilding plan. So we do believe there's a clear solution ahead of you on that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Chester on his testimony? Don't see any. Thank you, Jeff. That completes our reports. Comments takes us to council action, which is discussion only, no action items here. I will look around and see if there's anything that needs to be discussed. Add the updates. Corey Niles.
Thanks. No updates. No, I just was gonna repeat what I said earlier about I think this is a nice opening way of thinking about what we're going to discuss tomorrow under G5 and as Jeff's testimony and it brought that up again. So looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you. Anything else? Not seeing anything. Katrina, that finishes our work here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This was a good discussion, and that completes your work on this item.
All right, thank you. Then we'll just transition immediately into G2. So I'll look back to Katrina for the overview on this agenda item.
The next agenda item is agenda item G2, 2025 to 2026 exempted fishing permits, final action. The CPS FMP allows for exempted fishing permit activities to be conducted under a permit issued by the National Marine Fisheries Service, which is detailed in COP 23. And the initial consideration occurs at the November meeting with this final action scheduled today. One EFP notice of intent was submitted for the November 2024 council meeting as an informational report, and a full proposal has been included in the briefing book as attachment 1 and is to be considered at the April 2025 meeting. If approved, the EFP allowance of Pacific Sardine will be considered along with management measures for the 2025 to 2026 Pacific Sardine management measures and harvest specifications under agenda item G3. The proposal from the California Wet Fish Producers Association, aka CWPA, if you see that acronym, is included in attachment 1. The council task here is to adopt the final EFP recommendations for the 2025 to 2026 fisheries.
Thank you. Questions on the overview? Not seeing any hands. Then we will move on to our reports. And first we have the CPS management team report, Trung Nguyen. Good morning, Trung.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. My name is Trung Nguyen. I'm with the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team, and I'll be reading the CPSMT report on the EFP. CPSMT reviewed the proposal for renewed EFP from the California Wet Fish Producers Association. CPSMT sees value in the data collected from this EFP because it is used in stock assessments and recommends the council endorse the EFP application. And that concludes my report, our report.
Thank you. Any questions on the management team report? Not seeing any. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks very much. And next we have the CPS advisory subpanel report. Mark Fina, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The CPSAS report is pretty much the same as the MTs. We recommend that you adopt that you approve the proposed EFP as a source for data that can supplement the biological data when the directed fishery is closed. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions on the advisory subpanel report? No questions.
Thank you.
Thanks. That completes all our reports, takes us to public comment. Here. Dr. Chester, you're back up here. Welcome back.
Thanks again, Mr. Vice Chair. Just very briefly, again, Jeff Chester representing Oceana for the record. the sardine population, according to the last assessment, it appears to still be in pretty big trouble, and according to the assessment, is not rebuilding under the rebuilding plan. The acoustic trawl survey, I don't think this was discussed as much in the last item, but we did see in the assessment that there was no signs of significant recruitment of age 0s or 1s in the sardines that were observed. It was all primarily age 2+. And in terms of the EFP, we do recognize there is value in getting some additional age composition data from this EFP research, but also that similar data is collected from the acoustic surveys. 520 metric tons is now a pretty substantial portion of the annual catch limit, and I guess we see the need right now to really be minimizing mortality to the extent that that's possible. We note again that catch primarily goes to pay the boats and to cover the costs of the research, rather than, it's not that we need 520 metric tons of sardines for the science. The science is actually only in the hundreds of fish, not that. So we really just need to be minimizing the mortality, and just urge you to consider that as you consider the amount for the CFP. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Chester and his testimony? Not seeing any. Thanks, Jeff. That completes our reports, public comment, and takes us to our council action, which is to adopt any final EFP recommendations for the 2025-26 fisheries. Look for anyone to initiate the discussion here. No discussion? No action? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, I'm slow on the draw. I think we've seen the evidence that this information that's useful for the science. The scientists have attested to that. And this is an ongoing collection. It's good to keep it going, and assurances to keep it underneath the catch limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Brady, did you have your hand up?
Thanks. I was just going to express support for the EFPs. I don't have a motion, but could state one if needed.
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
Oh, yeah. I just said I support the EFP, and I don't have a motion, but could state one right now if needed.
Yes, thank you. We're just confirming we do need a motion on this to move those forward, if that's the desire of the council to move them forward.
Thank you. I move the council approve agenda item G2, attachment 1, CWPA EFP for the 2025-2026 season.
All right, on the screen, looks like they've captured your motion completely and accurately. I'll let you read it over to make sure.
Yep.
It's good. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Rebecca Lent. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. As stated, this EFP provides biological data to help inform the stock assessment, and I think it's valuable to keep it moving forward.
Right. Thank you. Any questions for clarification on this motion? No questions. Discussion on the motion? No discussion, then I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion passes with an abstention from National Marine Fisheries Service. Thank you, Brianna. With that, I'm not going to drag this on too much. Katrina?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The council has adopted the final EFP recommendations for the 2025 to 2026 fisheries and has completed their business for this agenda item.
All right, I'll scan the room once more, see if there are any last words. Seeing any, we'll close out this agenda item. And let me check in with our executive director. We were next scheduled to go to Salmon, but I do not think we're ready to do that. All right, thank you. So we're going to move on, take up the salmon item later. So I need to pass the gavel back to our chair.
All right, great work, everyone. We'll take a 10-minute break, and before we start off on D3 or whatever comes up next. Right. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to jump over D6, salmon, and go straight to G3. And with that, I'll turn to Katrina for an overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item G3, Pacific Sardine Harvest Specifications and Management Measures for 2025 to 2026 final action. At this meeting, the Council will adopt harvest specification and management measures for the 2025 to 2026 Pacific Sardine fishing season, which runs July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. A stock assessment team from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center produced an update assessment for Pacific Sardine, which is attachment 1 under agenda item G3. The CPS subcommittee of the SSC reviewed this assessment in February 2025 at their meeting and produced a report which is available in the information or in the SSC materials. The SSC also considered this assessment and the subcommittee panel report and provided a recommendation on the adoption of the assessment, a biomass estimate, and an overfishing limit, and a category designation of uncertainty. This information is available in the supplemental SSC report under agenda item G3. The CPS advisory bodies have made recommendations on P-STAR, an acceptable biological catch or ABC, an annual catch limit or ACL, and other management measures as appropriate, considering recommendations for the revised Pacific Sardine rebuilding plan, which was adopted by the Council in November 2024. And you can see these recommendations by the advisory bodies in their supplemental reports under agenda item G3. As a reminder, on the Pacific Sardine rebuilding plan, the Council adopted Alternative 6 as their final preferred alternative, as outlined in agenda item J2 in November 2024. Alternative 6 set the following annual catch limits. When stock age +1 plus biomass is below 50,000 metric tons, the ACL is to be set to 2,200 metric tons or the ABC, whichever is less. And when stock age 1 plus biomass is above 50,000 metric tons, the ACL is to be set to 5% of the stock age 1 plus biomass or the ABC, whichever is less. The Council should also consider incidental landings in fisheries targeted in other CPS fisheries, as well as non-CPS fisheries, and the take allowed under the exempted fishing permits, which were adopted under agenda item G2. In recent years, the biomass estimates have been well below the sardine harvest control rule cutoff of 150,000 metric tons, and aside from small-scale and live bait fishing, directed fishing has been prohibited since 2015. When the 1 plus biomass is below 50,000 metric tons, the Council may adopt an incidental landing allowance between 0 and 20% for sardine landed in other CPS fisheries. When the biomass is above 50,000 metric tons, the Council may adopt an incidental landing allowance between 0 and 45% for sardine landed in other CPS fisheries. The Council tasks today are to adopt an overfishing limit and biomass estimate, adopt a P-STAR, ABC, ACL, and if appropriate, an ACT or annual catch target specifications and other management measures. And the Council should adopt an incidental catch allowances for CPS and non-CPS fisheries. Again, the reference materials are the update assessment, which is attachment 1. Attachment 2 is the reevaluation of the recruits per spawner and Cal Coffee sea surface temperature relationship in Pacific Sardine provided by the National Marine Fisheries Service. Attachment 3 is a California Department of Fish and Wildlife report on the Pacific Sardine nearshore aerial biomass estimates for 2024. And there are also public comments provided.
Right. Thank you, Katrina. Questions on Katrina's overview? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to the SSC report and Dr. Will Satterthwaite. Will, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Well, yes, welcome.
Great, thanks a lot. So I will be reading the supplemental SSC report 1. The SSC reviewed the 2025 stock assessment update, that's attachment 1, for the northern subpopulation of Pacific Sardine, and the SSC's coastal pelagic species subcommittee report on their February 26, 2025 meeting that reviewed the draft assessment and related documents. Caitlin Allen Axelrod from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center presented the results of the stock assessment, and Andre Punt, the chair of the SSC CPS subcommittee, provided an overview of the subcommittee report. The SSC also discussed an updated analysis of the relationship between Pacific sardine recruitment and sea surface temperature, that's attachment 2, which is reported on by the SSC under agenda item G5. Okay, with respect to the update assessment and 2025 to 2026 harvest specifications. The stock assessment update was based upon the 2024 full assessment with updated catch data for 2023 and new data for 2024. Genetic sampling revealed the presence of Japanese sardine in northern subpopulation habitat in 2022, 2023, and 2024. There have been no attempts to separate biomass or age and size compositions by species, and the assessment includes the biomass of both species. The stock assessment team and CPS subcommittee extensively discussed whether to include the age and conditional weighted age samples from the 2024 acoustic trawl survey. Most of these data came from 98 individuals from 2 purse seine sets, and a substantial proportion were genetically identified as Japanese sardine. Excluding these data would require projecting 2024 recruitment from the mean spawner recruit relationship, leading to an estimated 2024 recruitment that was substantially higher than recent estimated recruitments from years informed by data. Japanese sardine are included in the biomass estimate from the stock assessment, and the 2024 sampling was deemed sufficiently representative of the assessed stock. Inclusion of the 2024 acoustic trawl survey age and weighted age data is consistent with the default approach for an update assessment. Including these data resulted in a 2024 recruitment projection that was more consistent with recent recruitment estimates, and the stock assessment team and CPS subcommittee ultimately agreed to include them. The SSC agrees with the CPS subcommittee that the 2025 update to the 2024 sardine assessment satisfies the terms of reference for update assessments. The results are adequately consistent with the previous assessment given the new data and represent the best scientific information available for management of the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine. The SSC recommends that the assessment be designated as Category 2D based on the uncertainties related to the presence of Japanese sardines, difficulties modeling weighted age, and the uncertainties previously noted in the review of the 2024 full assessment. You can refer to our April 2024 report on the full assessment for those additional details. The SSC endorses the model estimate for age 1 plus biomass on July 1, 2025 of 30,158 tons or metric tons, table ES2 of attachment 1. Based on application of the harvest control rule with a temperature dependent EMSY of 0.1771 and a constant distribution term of 0.87, the SSC endorses the corresponding overfishing limit of 4,645 metric tons. Table ES4 of attachment 1 provides the ABC values for P-stall alternatives that may be selected by the council using the ABC Tier 2 row. The SSC endorses the use of this table for determining the ABC corresponding to the council's choice of P-star from that row. The OFL calculation uses the status quo approaches to EMSY and distribution. These topics are addressed further by the SSC under agenda item G5. For EMSY, attachment 2 provides the first of many steps toward potentially updating EMSY for Pacific sardine, but does not compel a change at this time. The distribution term, representing the proportion of the northern subpopulation stock in U.S. waters, was derived based on the previous approach to separating NSP from the southern subpopulation. This, along with the recent lack of Mexican catch attributed to the northern subpopulation, could suggest revising the value of distribution. The best approaches for specifying EMSY and distribution depend on how stocks are defined for management. And then we also have some comments on planning for 2026 to 2027 harvest specifications and future assessments. In November 2024, under agenda item J3, the council prioritized a review of the integrated West Coast Pelagic survey over a Pacific sardine assessment for 2026. If no assessment is performed for Pacific sardine in 2026, the SSC will consider any new information provided at the April 2026 meeting, along with the results of the update assessment endorsed in 2025. Rolling over the OFL from the 2025 update assessment is one option, as was done in 2023. See our report from April 2023, agenda item H4. Any new information, along with the time since the last full assessment, which was 2024, will be considered in determining the appropriate EMSY and OFL, and in setting sigma to reflect the current level of uncertainty. There could be value in frameworking a consistent approach for dealing with CPS harvest specifications in the absence of an assessment, as discussed further under agenda item G5. The SSC agrees with the stock assessment team recommendation to explore the use of a stock recruit regime parameter for Pacific sardine in the next pool assessment. The SSC is generally supportive of careful thinking about the most affordable and most risk-neutral ways of characterizing projected recruitment in short-lived species where projected recruitment makes a large contribution to the assessment of fishable biomass. And that concludes our statement. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Will. Questions for Dr. Satterway on the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Will. I probably have a couple, maybe few questions, but we'll go one at a time. And I'll start there with your last paragraph. There's been discussion around the hallways and elsewhere in the meeting about the SSC's review of this assessment and what was the various models you were all looking at, and what the terms of references and allowed or did not. And it seemed, I was able to listen to the CPS subcommittee review, wasn't completely following. And there's not a lot of detail here in your statement about that, but I'll try to keep it brief. So, but my understanding was that this kind of one of the main issues was that the stat team was not comfortable, did not think that the age composition data was representative, and so excluded it from their initial model they presented to you all. But that made then the model, I'm going to get this wrong, but that made the recruitment, look too high, or there was a model artifacts, and presented other ideas. And so I just kind of a long way of, can you explain, briefly what the main issues were and what you thought the terms of reference were, and then how that relates to what you're saying in that last paragraph. And that wasn't as clear as I hope, but I think hopefully you got the gist of what I'm asking, and I can rephrase if helpful.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. I think I got the general gist. And so, yeah, certainly there's a lot going on in both the assessment and in our discussions of the assessment and in this last paragraph. And so, I guess first of all, yeah, a lot of discussion revolved around, do we include the 2024 survey data or not? And I think, the stat initially had two reasons really that they were thinking about excluding it. And one was the fact that, a decent proportion of, those data were actually from Japanese sardine. That said, given that the assessment is not excluding Japanese sardine from the assessed biomass, then really it is representative of what's being assessed. If what's being assessed is the mix of the two species where they occur in northern subpopulation habitat. So I think really it was the combination. Well, so I think, there is always a certain deference given to, following the terms of reference directly, doing what the status quo approach would be. And of course, the status quo approach would be, don't exclude these data unless you have a really compelling reason not to use them. And given that the assessment is including Japanese sardine, then the fact that Japanese sardine are in those samples informing the age comps and the size is really not, in the subcommittee's mind, a good reason for excluding them. And then there was also, some discussion of just how representative was the actual sort of sampling capture process for those particular fish. And after some back and forth, there really was not a compelling argument that the actual sort of physical sampling was really that out of line with what's generally acceptable. And so for sort of the combination of those two reasons, I think it's not just that the terms of reference say you should do it. It actually seems like when you think about the fact that the assessment is including Japanese sardine for better or worse, then I think that does argue for keeping those data. And then in terms of this last paragraph specifically about recommend exploring the use of a stock recruit regime parameter. Again, that's a sensitivity that the stat looked at. And I think there's a lot of promise to that idea, but I would also not say that's not necessarily a full-throated endorsement of you should do that, or we definitely would have done that if we had the choice. It's more, that is definitely a promising idea that's worth really looking into thoroughly. So again, we're sort of for the future saying, think about what are the best way to handle these projected recruitments. But we are saying the base model is the base model.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Corey?
Did Pete have his hand up? Go ahead, Pete. I have another one, but I can wait.
All right. Well, maybe I can. It follows along, and I hope I'm not re-asking the same questions Mr. Niles just got, but I'm looking more at the planning for 2026-27. The statement the SSC makes there, contrasting that with the, here on the first page under the update assessment, it talks about excluding the data, what you were just talking about, excluding the data, the Japanese samples and that, and the consistent with the default approach. It seems that the driver in the discussion, at least in this paragraph, is only with reference to the Japanese sardines, the presence of them. And so the question then is, the SSC statement says if no assessment is performed in 2026, the SSC will consider any new information. And then the next sentence is rolling over the OFL from the 2025 assessment is one option. And then the next couple sentences talk about what would be done with any new information. Maybe can you clarify what could happen? Is there more? Would the new information dissect this presence of Japanese samples and its effect? Or are there other things going on? What's the new information that could come in? How could that be used, and would it change anything? I'm just trying to figure out how many options there are and what we do in the future years so we can think about that in our planning. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. And again, it's hard to really say what might change things. I mean, I think we're kind of hinting at, I suspect the most likely thing that will happen next year is we'll roll over the OFL similar to what we did back in 2023. We had a somewhat similar situation where we had other things prioritized over a new assessment. But we did leave the door open. Even if there's not a new assessment, if there's a new survey estimate that comes in that's completely out of line with the recent survey estimates, I think that's something we'd have to think about. If there is some really compelling new information that might affect EMSY, I think we would, do our due diligence to think about that. I would not anticipate a particular, I'm not anticipating there's any source of information that's very likely to change what we would do, but we just thought it was prudent to leave the door open that we would consider any new information we got. Because that seems like that is, sort of our job is if we get compelling new scientific information, we think we should consider it. So we're not closing the door on doing something other than rolling over the OFL. But if I were to speculate, I do think that is fairly likely to happen unless some really unexpected information comes in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. Corey? Niles?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Will. It's not directly addressed in your statement, but going back to November and for the when we were doing the rebuilding plan and the last full assessment, it was a big change in terms of what the science was telling us of what stock was being caught. Like, we used to be wondering, like, Mexico's catches were very large, and then this last assessment said they were zero. So my question is, I think I'm kind of wondering if our management accounting has caught up with the assessment, and that we'll be setting the harvest specifications here, but with the assumption that all of the landed catch in the U.S. will be 100% of the northern substock. Yet it seems like the assessment continues to, when it's doing this update assessment, the assessment still only it does the habitat model and takes only that portion of the landings that were northern substock, the population into account. So would you, in my mind, the management should be doing that same thing if feasible. Do you have any comments on that?
Sure, thanks, Corey. And so, I mean, you made reference back to the rebuilding plan. That's not something we discussed again in this meeting, so I don't think we have anything new to say with respect to that. In terms of the question of the catch attribution and this issue where the assessment is for what we're defining as northern subpopulation, and so we set a catch amount based on what we've assessed the northern subpopulation to be, and then from a management perspective, what's being counted against that catch limit includes, what we're calling northern subpopulation, but also what we're calling southern subpopulation. I think, that is something we have commented on in our past sardine assessment statements. You'll see some comments on it under our G5 statement at this meeting. I don't know that we have anything really new to say there other than, we do note that mismatch. And we do note that, that is a mismatch. And, in G5, we talk about, we suggest either finding a way to account for the southern subpopulation catch against the, some sort of catch limit for southern subpopulation, or, alternatively, if stock structure or stock definitions get revisited, then you wouldn't count it against southern subpopulation, but you would at least, I think there is a scientific argument to be comparing catch against a catch limit where those are both being set for the same unit or set of units.
Corey?
Okay, thanks, Will. And thank you for reminding me of your past statements. And this is my last question. On your Sigma, on your statements about Sigma, I guess that's a two-part question. Is it the same category as the last assessment, or is this assessment more uncertain than the base model? I mean, than the benchmark assessment? And two, I know the P-star is the council's decision. I think you'll see in the management team and the advisory subpanel, there's some differences in what P-star is supposed to serve. But could you describe how the SSC views what the P-star choice is and how that relates to the Sigma, if it's changed, regardless of the Sigma's changed or not?
Great. So your first question, so the category 2D, that is the same as the category designation from last year. The Sigma value itself has increased based on, it has not. Well, it has increased relative to the category 1 baseline based on the projection length, as the sort of standard practice, the age or the sort of what people call the sort of staleness penalty, for lack of a better word. But actually, I think the adjustment would have been the same since we do treat update assessments as resetting the clock. Actually, no, sorry. For CPS, we do not treat update assessments as resetting the clock, given sort of how fast the dynamics of the stock are relative to the management cycle. So, sorry, very long answer to say the category designation is the same. The Sigma is slightly different based on that time varying adjustment. And then in terms of what the SSC thinks of Sigma versus P-star representing, so Sigma is meant to capture the scientific uncertainty in what the overfishing limit would have been had we had perfect knowledge, right? So the OFL, as the legal thing, is the OFL, but sigma is meant to capture. How uncertain are we in what we would have set the OFL to if we had perfect knowledge? And then I think in that sort of framework, P star would be the council's choice of their sort of risk tolerance of how much risk or what probability does the council want that the ABC value they choose is larger than the OFL that would have been set if we had perfect knowledge when we were setting the OFL. And of course, all that's theoretical, but that is, ideally that's how the P star sigma system should be working, or sort of what kind of uncertainty it's meant to capture.
Good. Thanks, Corey. All right. Anyone else? Brianna Brady?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Satterthwaite. When you're answering Mr. Hassemer's question and we're talking about next year and taking into account potential ATM data, did the SSC consider what the ATM saw for northern sub-pop this year, which I believe was around 77,000 tons? And in addition, the aerial survey also saw around 53,000 tons. And I asked that question in reference to table A.2 in the assessment update report. If you look at the various model runs that the stat had done, in the column that's 2025 1+ biomass, all of those biomass estimates are greater than the base model. And I just wanted to get the SSE's input on that. Thanks.
Thanks. So let's see, in terms of the aerial survey, that was discussed by the subcommittee. And that discussion is reflected in the CPS subcommittee report. But at this meeting, the full SSC only discussed what was in the assessment. And then, sorry, I did not have the assessment in front of me as you're asking that question. Which table were you referring to?
Mr. Chair, thanks, Will. It's table A.2, model results from the base in each of the alternative model configurations.
Okay. And the question with respect to that table was, again, sorry.
Well, you were talking about, in response to Mr. Hassemer's question, that next year you would take into account survey data. And so with the ATM having 77,000 metric tons and the aerial survey also showing a somewhat similar biomass at 53,000 metric tons, and then all of these model runs showing everything above 30,000 tons, all the way up to 93,000 tons, the majority of them being over the minimum stock size threshold of 50,000 tons. I'm just wondering if the SSC had discussed that at all. Thanks.
I think we discussed in general terms the fit to the various abundance indices. Remember, the raw AT survey estimate, that's all biomass, not just H1+ biomass. So, I don't recall a great deal of, detailed discussion of table A2 in particular. I think, there was recognition, that's reflected in the sigma that the biomass is uncertain. The age structure is uncertain, and obviously the presence of Japanese sardine is an interesting twist we're dealing with now too.
Okay, thank you, Brianna. Anyone else? Okay, well, I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you.
Thanks.
Next up will be the CPS management team and Greg Kruzikowski. Greg, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, my name is Greg Krutzkowski. I'm a member of the CPS management team. I will be reading from the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team report on Pacific Sardine Assessment, Harvest Specifications, and Management Measures. The CPSMT reviewed the documents under agenda item G3, all three attachments, for northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine. The CPSMT also reviewed the Scientific and Statistical Committee report recommending an overfishing limit and corresponding acceptable biological catch values for 2025-2026 harvest specifications. The H1 plus biomass estimated from the 2025 update assessment is projected to be 30,158 metric tons on July 1, 2025. The SSC recommended a Tier 2 Sigma for an OFL of 4,645 metric tons for the fishing year based on the age 1 plus biomass. The stock remains below the cutoff value of 150,000 metric tons of age 1 plus biomass. Therefore, CPS FMP dictates that the primary directed fishery be closed for the upcoming fishing year. This does not prohibit exempted fishing permits, incidental catch, minor directed catch, or catch for live bait, recreational, and tribal fisheries. The CPSMT recommends setting the annual catch limit equal to 2,200 metric tons, consistent with the recommendation of the revised sardine rebuilding plan adopted by the Council last November. NIMS has published a notice of availability on March 12th in the Federal Register and will issue a decision on the rebuilding plan by June 1, 2025. The CPSMT recommends a P-star value of 0.45 to account for the risk of exceeding the OFL. With an OFL of 4,465 metric tons and an ACL of 2,200 metric tons, and the closure of the directed commercial fishery, the risk of exceeding the OFL is very low. Landings have averaged less than an ACL of 2,200 metric tons since the directed fishery was closed in 2015-16 fishing year. Daily data collection now facilitates the monitoring of landings if they approach the ACL so that management can respond quickly, resulting in a very low risk of exceeding that ACL. Using a P-star of 0.45 produces an ABC of 3,957 metric tons for the upcoming fishing year. The CPSMT recommends an annual catch target of 2,000 metric tons for that the upcoming fishing year. And all of the values are in Table 1. This accommodates recent levels of sardine harvest in CPS fisheries and incidental harvest in non-CPS fisheries, as well as the proposed 520 metric tons from the EFP request. Although recent landings have been below 2,000 metric tons, the proposed ACL is the lowest it has ever been. Setting an ACT of 2,000 metric tons would establish a trigger for accountability measures to prevent exceeding the ACL of 2,200 metric tons. If the ACL were to be reached, sardine harvest would be prohibited in all CPS fisheries and non-CPS fisheries. The CPSMT recommends the accountability measures listed below to prevent exceeding the ACL. The management team notes that all sources of catch, including NEFP research set-asides, the live bait fishery, incidental catch in CPS and non-CPS fisheries, and minor directed fishing, will be accounted against the ACL. These recommended harvest specifications align with the proposed revised rebuilding plan for Pacific Sardine. And Table 2 in this report summarizes the levels of sardine catch in CPS and non-CPS fisheries in recent years, as well as the EFP catches as well. So the biomass estimate is below the minimum stock size threshold of 50,000 metric tons. The CPSMP allows for incidental landing limit to range up to 20% when the stock is below that MSST. The management team conferred with the advisory subpanel and agrees that a 20% incidental limit should be set to provide the maximum flexibility in other CPS fisheries. The Table 1 lists the OFL, the P-star buffer that we're recommending, the ABC for Tier 2, and the ACL of 2,200 metric tons and an ACT of 2,000 metric tons. The recommended accountability measures are including the incidental landing limit in CPS fisheries of 20%, and if the ACT is reached, a per trip limit of 1 metric ton of sardine applies to all CPS fisheries. An incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons in non-CPS fisheries. And then I won't go over all the numbers in Table 2, but it provides you with recent catches for the last 5 years. So with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions for Greg on the management team report? Great writings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Kutzikowski. My question is regarding the recommendation for the ACT of 2,000 metric tons. And looking at that in contrast to the ACL, which is 2,200 metric tons. Mm-hmm. Can you explain for us a little bit how that 200 metric ton difference was decided?
We looked pretty closely, and there was a pretty, I would say, full discussion on how much buffer we should allow there. And many of those on the management team, the consensus was a 200 metric tons is not very much. And although the fisheries are, not taking great amounts. In other words, there's no directed fishery. So you're not going to go out and get 100 metric tons in one load like you could have when there was a directed fishery. There are still the potential for things that, if it were ground fish, you would call it a disaster tow, right? Where all of a sudden you get a lot of yellow eye in one tow. Potentially, those type of things could happen in other non-CPS fisheries, and also there is still live bait and minor directed fisheries that are able to take, up to 1 metric ton per landing, and with the advisory subpanel can answer questions as to how quickly they could take 200 metric tons. But we did some simple math of 4 to 6 boats on a day. They can sometimes do 2 trips in a day. And we just were not comfortable with having less than a 200 metric ton buffer there.
Okay. Thanks, Corey. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Greg, and thanks to the team for the well-organized statement. I know you've been doing this for a long time and have a similar questions, but I'm on your reminder of what happens if the ACL is exceeded and all the fisheries close, including potentially the whiting fishery, for example. We have 9 or 10 years of information in the rebuilding era, and the assessment showing us in those 9 years, The landings have been below 50% northern substock. I think it's more closer to less than 40. So I just cannot see why in the world would we close all these fisheries when we think that all data suggests that less than half of those landings will be the stock we're rebuilding. And to me, that's directly in conflict with National Standard 7 and the goals of our rebuilding plan, for example. So why would we do that?
To answer your question, Mr. Niles, first of all, my understanding, and National Marine Fisheries folks can correct me if I'm wrong, is that it would not necessarily close the hake fishery per se, but all sardine would need to be immediately discarded. And so there is some level of waste that goes on with that. I'm not sure that it would actually close. And I will defer to, those who make the regulations and enforce them if I'm incorrect. But in terms of the stock question, that is an ongoing issue, and we have to manage to the northern stock. And the way that that is currently being done is that all catch in U.S. waters is attributed to the northern stock. And you're correct that when the assessment comes through, it then gets split out. But that's not how things are currently being managed. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I don't think we heard from the SEC that it's a mismatch, and I don't know why have that mismatch. But I appreciate the answer.
Okay, Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Greg. I'm going to maybe follow along with Mr. Niles' question there. In seeing the ACT, well, maybe I'll put one question out there first and then build on that. The first question would be, when we look at the assessment and the low biomass, would there be an expectation that the harvest of the northern subpopulation, the percent in the total catch, is going to be less because there are fewer out there? I have the table, the highest was 48% northern subpopulation in the total catch in 2023 in that period. And then it's always been less than that. So as you said, when the assessment is done and you look at it, it's only a fraction of the total catch that's northern subpopulation. And if, in my mind, I'm thinking if the biomass is really way down, then are they going to, and the catch is about the same, let's just assume it's similar to what it was in, 1,000 metric tons or something. Is there going to be fewer northern subpopulation in there? But so that's thinking about how many will there be. With the ACT in there at providing this trigger to look at it, what tools would the management team or the management have in season to look at that and say, yes, because you said the management should be directed at the northern subpopulation, that we could look at it and say, the catch is at this level, but the proportion of the northern subpopulation is very small, or divide that out in season. I guess what I'm thinking of is we do it all the time in groundfish. If somebody's going to propose a change in a landing limit or something like that, we project forward the impacts of that on accumulation against an ACL or an ACT or something. But here, we just go through the year and sort it all out at the end. Is there any opportunity to do that? Because now you put a trigger to step back and see what's happening.
Thank you for the very detailed question. I will try to break that down to a couple of things. So the ACT triggers some management measures to slow it down so we don't exceed that ACL. And everything that is caught, as you have said, is attributed to the northern subpopulation until we get an assessment, and that happens much later. Is there a possibility of doing in-season things like that? That really is a question for the Science Center. My understanding is that they do it for the assessment. They do it based on the habitat model, and they look at, well, gee, over the month was the habitat where things were caught, was it more than 50% attributable to northern subpopulation or southern subpopulation habitat, right? Was the habitat. So it potentially could be done, but that is a question for the Science Center and for management, the regional office as to could it be done? And that will also, I suppose, get into, things that are in G5. So I'm trying to answer your question as to the best of my ability, given that this is for these specifications and not G5.
No, thanks. That does help.
All right, thank you. Corey Niles.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Pete's question brought this up, and maybe it's an unfair question, Greg, about whether you talked about it at this meeting or not, but on this idea that we'd have to have the habitat model, not have to, but do the habitat model in season. This council does multiple things where we're forecasting, projecting based on data. Did you talk why? And as I mentioned in my previous question, there's at least 9 seasons we'll have of the rebuilding period that you could use in a projection model to predict, given the total amount landed, what is your likely percentage of northern substock? And that would be a pretty simple projection model to do. Did you all think about that? And it wouldn't need to be in season. You're making a guess, a scientific, quantitative guess about what you'll see postseason. But
no, we did not discuss a projection model or do any sort of exploration of that type of thing. But again, like you say, you can look at past years and see what you think.
All right. Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation on the science. I hope I'm getting this right. But if you're conducting the stock assessment based on just that northern part of the northern stock, and you're setting those catch limits, I should say we, it's not you. And then when the landings come in, we're saying that all these landings have to fall under the quota, under the catch limit. Is that a precautionary approach? Are we giving more margin of safety, or is that just neutral? Thank you.
So it really goes back to the CPSFMP, which defines the stock that we're managing as the northern subpopulation of sardine. And so everything that is caught is, under management is attributed to that stock in U.S. waters, even though the habitat model suggests that's not the case. And, that's the redefined habitat model. And again, I'm with the management team. You sort of implied that I was doing assessments, which is not the case. But so we're just looking at what comes out of the assessment and the SSC report and suggesting management measures for the council. So I'm not sure if I completely answered your question or not, but I tried, and maybe I misunderstood.
Becca, you good?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what that means in terms of are we erring on the safe side when we're uncertain about the composition of the catch? Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Greg, for the statement. Is this the last statement you'll read for CPS?
Very likely.
Thank you so much for everything, Greg. I've really appreciated working with you throughout the years and our time on the management team together. And you really helped to foster discussion in the ABs, and I'll miss you.
Thank you, Brianna.
Thank you, Brianna. I was going to get that if she didn't. So anyway, it's been great having Greg on the team and ODFW, and appreciate your cliff notes. And so I hope this isn't the last time, but just in case. So anyway, thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you.
You bet. All right. Next up will be the CPAS report, and Mark Fina. Mark, welcome.
Morning again, Mark Fina for the CPSAS. And you've discussed a lot of the discussion topics that we have in our paper, in our report, so I'll go through those pretty quickly. We talked about the size of the survey relative to the estimate under the assessment. We talked about the assessment models that Ms. Brady brought up and how the assessment that was selected was the lowest of the group. And we also spoke about what people see on the water in terms of sardine, the issue with northern catch being attributed, or southern catch being attributed to the northern subpopulation. And we cited these all as supporting moving toward a P-star buffer of 0.45. Our recommendations are generally the same as the CPSMT. The only difference is that we chose an ACT of 2100. They chose an ACT of 2000. And our rationale on that was that it provides more flexibility to the fleet. The numbers overall are all very low. And in our discussion, we concluded that the risk of hitting that ACL because you couldn't slow the fleet down are pretty small. The live bait fishery doesn't take that much catch on a daily basis. It's counted for in log books, and it can be tracked fairly well. There always is a risk of a bycatch event or something like that. I don't think that goes away. And it doesn't go away under the measures that you have here either. I guess that's the other thing, is that the measures you've got, the only measure that gets triggered when you hit that ACT is the limitation on live bait. Other things that we point out in our report, we recommend the 520 metric tons for the EFP. The participants in the EFP have made a commitment to rigorously manage catches and communicate with NIMS to try to make sure that we don't hit an ACT or an ACL. Also, at the bottom of the page, we discuss the issue with attribution of catch that are clearly southern subpopulation to the northern subpopulation ACL. At the last line on the page, there's a typo. It should be northern subpopulation in both those cases in the last line, and that was over editing. I think we spent a lot of time editing that sentence. The last thing that we point out is we make a suggestion that you look for ways to provide some relief to the fleet until you can get to a management system that manages all the sardines off the U.S. coast. Our suggestion was one along the lines of what was discussed just a few minutes ago, where you could use some sort of a rule of thumb potentially based on, and I know that's a little loose, I mean it more as a scientific term in this case, where you look at historic catch patterns and use those to come up with a conservative rule that allows you to account for catch against the northern subpopulation seasonally or monthly based on where the catch is occurring and what month it is. So you come up with a rule of thumb that maybe June, July, and August in the live bait fishery are clearly going to be southern subpopulation catches. Let's just not count those against the northern. So, and just the idea of exploring some options like that. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Mark. Questions on the advisory subpanel report? Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Thanks, Mark, for the report. Just a question. I know I've asked this, we've discussed it in the past about managing the catch there. With the accountability measures, you support the management team's recommendation. If you hit the ACT, a per trip limit of metric ton, what is a trip? I guess is my question. And I'm just thinking back to the past, asked about, you know, the bait fisheries sort of has a plan. They know where the barges are. They have a good history, again, I guess, of predicting needs. So what is that going to limit? What's a trip?
Typically, so we had that conversation. A trip can be up to, say, 4 tons or 5 tons, maybe, is the most that they would get. And I know you're going to get testimony from a live bait guy who will be happy to give you better information than I ever could about kind of how he sees the flow of fish that he catches in his program.
Yeah, I guess what I was thinking of, are there multiple trips in a day that it just changes instead of going and getting 2,000 metric tons in one trip, there's 2 trips in a day or something like that. But as you said, maybe I'll get more information.
And I do know that, just in response, I do know that some companies have multiple boats. So you could stack more than one way to get more than one trip in a day. You could send out 2 boats or 3 boats and get trips, as well as potentially stacking them by doing multiple trips. But I'm going to let him answer those questions if that's okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Fina. My question is actually regarding the comments on the EFP, and you noted that there was some discussion around rigorously managing catch as part of that EFP to avoid hitting that ACT and making sure that there was space for the live bait fishery. Could you talk a little bit more about what that looks like, recognizing also you are the applicant, so I realize it's a little bit weird, but anything more you could do to share with us what that might look like would be helpful.
Sure. I guess for starters, we've talked, if you look at what we've done in the past in the EFP, we kind of are interested in taking 1 trip a month in each area, areas being north and south, Monterey or the Bight. And I think what we're going to do at the start of it this time around is go to 1 trip every other month to just have a slower start. That'll get us through the summer. We can see how the live bait fishery has done into the fall and get a better sense of where they are. But then the other thing that we will do is communicate with nymphs as we go on a regular basis. We communicate with them anytime we go out, just with a notice, and we can roll into that a little bit of a discussion of where things are. Nymphs won't stop us. I mean, they won't under the, they issue a permit and it's out there. So I think it really is on us to communicate well with them and work well with them to try to make sure that we don't, that if there is pressure on that ACL or the ACT, that we don't cause it to be worse than we would need to. And it's just kind of a monitor it as you go, see how things are going in the different uses.
Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? All right. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
Okay, that takes care of the reports and takes us to public comment. I know we have at least 3 people signed up, it looks like. We'll find out here shortly. Okay, first up would be Jeff Chester. Jeff, welcome back.
Good to see you again, Mr. Chair. Glad to be back here. It's been too long. Jeff Shester, representing Oceana. Also wanted to echo Ms. Brady's comments. Thank you, Greg, for all your work on the advisory panel. It's been great just learning from you and speaking about all these issues over many years, and thank you for all your work. With respect to this item, I guess we'll just start by saying we would love nothing more than to look forward to a day where we can celebrate that this stock is rebuilt and we can open a fishery back up. Rebuilding is something that is in everyone's interest, and unfortunately this last assessment shows that the stock does not appear to be rebuilding with no sign of significant recruitment. We do know that the biomass estimate from this assessment was lowered relative to the earlier runs, specifically because there was concerns of projecting high levels of productivity with this stock, giving a false sense of recovery. And that was a lesson learned over several stock assessments about eight or 9 years ago, and the assessments have changed now. Because using long-term doesn't necessarily reflect what's been happening in the more short-term. We did support the rebuilding alternative that this council selected last November, but we did note that a valid EMSY or MSY fishing rate is critical to prevent overfishing and rebuild the stock when it's at low biomass, particularly at the biomass levels we're seeing right now in this assessment. The court order that you're all familiar with when it discussed the Cal Coffee Index basically concluded that it is not a reliable measure of sardine productivity. And the record shows that the Cal Coffee Index materially and consistently overestimates the productivity, and that NIMS failed to use the best available science to set the OFL, and as a result, Amendment 18 will not prevent overfishing, and that these conclusions apply equally to the challenges to the annual specifications. Back in November, NIMS did indicate to the council that it did not attempt to address these issues in the rebuilding plan and produce alternatives for EMSY, and instead indicated it would be addressed in the annual specifications. Now, we'll also point out that the council and its advisory bodies have repeatedly recommended that there is a reevaluation and reconsider the EMSY parameter. The SSC pointed out that the NIMS reevaluation that happened at this briefing book, they did do a reevaluation of the Cal Coffee using more recent data. The SSC indicated that's a good first step, but ultimately management strategy evaluation would be needed. And we do note that the correlation that NIMS found in redoing that analysis is much weaker than it originally was, largely because of the addition of these recent years where the productivity was very low, yet the temperature was very high. This year, there's basically, I think it's 17.7% or 18% EMSY being proposed based on that same index. We've asked the council to set it to be lower at around 5%. And that would result in around a 1,500 ton ACL. We're also asking for a 10% incidental catch limit for landings in other CPS fisheries. This request is consistent with the rebuilding analysis and the low productivity of this stock, as the rebuilding analysis, as you recall, did show that using an EMSY of 18% would not rebuild the stock. So basically our main request is to ask the council or is for the council to ask NIMS to immediately construct and evaluate a range of alternatives for setting an EMSY that do not rely on the Cal Coffee Index and instead include new methods to set EMSY based on the recent productivity and recruitment from these stock assessments. This is very similar to the regime-based recruitment approach that was discussed by the SSC for projecting recruitment in stock assessments. And just briefly I did want to respond to that last discussion that you were just having about attributing northern versus southern catch. We've been asking for that for years, and we believe that the answer is to actually have a southern ACL for the southern stock and a separate ACL for the northern stock. And we believe that would essentially make sure that the northern subpopulation rebuilding plan isn't constraining what's caught in the south. So we look forward to having that discussion, and I think now the time is ripe to move in that direction. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Question on Jeff's testimony? All right. I'll see you. Thanks, Jeff. All right. Next up is Matt Everingham, followed by Mark Fina. Matt, welcome.
Thank you and good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to comment today. Again, I'll do a quick introduction. My name is Matt Everingham with Everingham Brothers Bait Company, and so I'm here to talk to you about live bait. Everingham Brothers Bait Company, as I've said before, has been in existence since 1951, and I'm a fourth generation live bait fisherman in San Diego. We're based in San Diego, and we have barges in San Diego Bay, Mission Bay, and Dana Point Harbor, which is in Orange County. So we span a fair range there. We often return, especially during the heat of the season, we return with live bait on a daily basis in order to meet the demands of our customers. And live bait is really a unique fishery. In many ways, it's a self-limited fishery. And again, we're focused on keeping a fresh supply and daily delivery. So we don't have the ability to stockpile in cans and things like that, like you might have in other fisheries. The holds on our boats really are built more like aquariums than you would think of a hold on other boats. So our capacity, because we focus on the quality of live bait, our capacity can change dramatically depending on conditions. Also, live bait is one of the few fisheries that it's really part of our job to feed wildlife in a certain sense. And so every fish that gets used as live bait actually goes back into the ecosystem. And all throughout the process of catching and unloading and providing live bait to our customers, there's wildlife all along the way that are, always there for kind of that free snack that happens. But we kind of see it as a fair trade because, for example, pelicans do help us find live bait. So we don't necessarily see that as a negative. So again, things get fast paced during the heat of the season. And so we have to in order to keep up with our customers, we have to catch bait daily. And what this means is that we can't afford to focus only on fish that are not in relative abundance in our fishing grounds and our waters. And that's an important thing. We cannot, we don't do a 2-week trip to go across the ocean to find live bait. That would never be sustainable for us. We really do look to what's abundant locally. So one point I'd like to make is that we don't have a lot of information in terms of what our annual catch needs to be to keep up with our customers, because the mandatory catch reporting is relatively new. And so that's something where, it has been relatively consistent, which is not a bad thing. But again, that's less than 10 years of data. So the current quota numbers that we're looking at really afford very little margin, and this is a concern. Depending on what kind of season we see, if we were to see an especially good fishing year for our customers, this quota we're looking at could force us to hold back in order to stay under the quota, which again has an economic impact to our community, which would be exponential in nature. Live bait is sort of the beginning of a large kind of beehive of things that happen around going fishing. A lot of that is people traveling to San Diego, which they only do when they've heard the fishing is good already. They don't want to, make it all that way when it's kind of a hit and miss year. So again, especially when we're seeing abundance of sardine, in our nearshore fishing grounds, it would be a shame to then be face limitations economically just due to a quota, especially when there's argument over, different subpopulations and which it is that we're catching. So again, the ongoing effort to better understand the sardine stock is greatly appreciated. And I do wish to express encouragement that continued to be looked at in greater detail. And again, as a multi-generational fisherman, I always appreciate the need for good management. And so we happily do the mandatory reporting, and we'll happily continue to do so, and we'll work with management to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. A question for Matt, this testimony. Rebecca Litt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Irvingham, for coming to testify and for your service to the advisory body. That's a good reminder of the link between the live bait fishery and a very economically important recreational industry in Southern California. 2 questions for you. First of all, you mentioned that this quota might be constraining, so it'd be helpful to know how the reporting works for your boat. You're reporting your catch, and also just what would be, in an average season, what would be the total metric ton demand for live bait? Thank you.
Sure. So we report our catch every time we unload bait. And so that gets reported as is required, and we're happy to do so. In terms of the total demand for live bait, this gets a little bit tricky. It would be, so these numbers typically, if they're reported in public, get combined with all of the live bait, for all the live bait providers. And so I believe that number is, I'm trying to remember what it was, because one of the members of the SSC had a good aggregated number, and I don't have it with me, but I believe it was something like 1,700 metric tons comes to mind, and I'm trying to remember exactly which categories that includes. But I think that was more than just live bait. So I apologize, I don't have the best number to report on that. This is something that typically one of the rules of thumb is the law of threes, where these numbers don't get reported unless it's really combined with at least 3 different businesses. And so I apologize for not having that detail ready at hand.
Thanks, Rebecca. Anyone else? Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thanks. Thanks, Matt, for being here today, answering these questions. In your testimony, a couple of times you mentioned in the heat of the season, and I know there's a lot of changes in recent years with closures of fisheries and bluefin tuna rebuilding, but can you kind of generalize in your experience over the past 10, 15 years, is that heat of the season a narrow time, a consistent 2 months or something, and what part of the year is that?
It's very much weather driven, and so it's during the summer months. And so when I say heat of the season, that can be taken kind of literally. And so, I have a lot of memories of the best fishing times are when it's really like in the middle of the night, it's hot and humid. It's over 90 degrees and humid at night. And that's when you see, the local fishing, kind of going through the roof. So that typically is very, very seasonal in terms of just, it depends on how you want to characterize it, but it definitely spikes over the course of a couple months.
All right, thanks. And formulating some questions, I'm looking at numbers here. How many trips do you make in a year? If you could just, and again, not the exact number, but if you think back to 2024, how many trips did your boats make?
Gosh, I've never tried to tally that up exactly. I mean, it has to be hundreds, you know. So it's, you know, pretty much when things are busy, it's absolutely daily, as best as we can keep up with that, which you never quite can, just because, you know, when you're that busy, you know, things, you know, there's always something that breaks at some point, and so you'll have some downtime, or you'll rip a net or something like that. So you have net mending to consider.
Okay, and maybe I should have looked into the, excuse me, the data a little deeper, but that's just your operation. As you said, there are other live bait providers, and I may be abusing the data here, but you know, looking back at 2023, there were 1,700 metric tons of sardines landed total, and so I'm just trying to think about how many trips produce that, and if you have hundreds, I can do some math in my head. So thanks, I think that helps.
Sure, yeah, I would again reiterate that the capacity on our boats changes drastically with water temperature, and so that's something that in order to keep the bait alive, we have to load far less bait, and it can be, I don't know, a rule of thumb is, you know, it can be half capacity roughly when it's really warm water. So that's one thing to keep in mind there. That can be very dynamic.
Okay. Thanks, Pete. Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Matt, for being here. Appreciate it. Just a quick follow-up on that. I understand maybe so the desire to understand the trips better. And I think what you're just referencing, you're talking about when you're holding fish on the boats that are going out fishing. But on average, do you have an idea of how much you're sort of holding, you know, curing typically during a busy time to maybe get a better handle on, you know, I guess I suspect these are small load trips to sort of keep a running flow that's being held versus you all holding a lot of fish at any given time.
Yeah, we can only hold bait for so long. And as far as the exact amount that we hold also changes with water temperature. On top of that, I'm under NDA not to disclose that exact information. I apologize for that.
No, I sort of expected the response. I apologize for asking, but appreciate it.
Sure.
Thanks, Josh. All right. Anyone else? Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
You bet. All right. Next up, Mark Fina.
You hit everything that.
Oh. All right. Well, it takes care of public comment. Takes us to council discussion and action. So I'm curious if we want to take a break before we do that. Come back, or is it? Rebecca?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to raise a question for the National Marine Fisheries Service. Can I just do that quickly? Thank you. Just going back to Dr. Yao's presentation, and I was too shy, believe it or not, to ask the question, but now I'm going to ask it. On her slide number 5, Dr. Yao discussed preliminary results suggest that the following factors may be important for recruitment. And there's 4 there. I can read them. Timing of upwelling season, local spawning habitat, zooplankton forage, and ocean currents in the Southern California bight. So it's a naive question, but is there anything in this list that we could impact other than our overall impact as human beings on this planet? We've been talking so much about salmon habitat and water temperatures and so forth and water supply. Is there anything we can change here? Thank you. And sorry for putting you on the spot.
Okay. Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Dr. Lent. Is that something you're hoping? I would answer, or would you like me to see if Dr. Yao still in the ether? I mean, I could offer, looking at the list, I'm not aware of beyond how you describe sort of, what we'd be able to control here. And I think we're still trying to get a better handle on even those processes. And that's I think the goal of the work that's happening at the moment.
Okay. Rebecca? All right. Anybody else? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to provide the council with one correction from the CPSMT report, which is now posted in a revised supplemental CPSMT report under agenda item G3. There was a small transcription error in the report for one of the mentions of the OFL number. The corrected number is 4,645 metric tons, which is the number that is referenced in Table 1. There was just in the narrative text one instance where it was 4,465, but that has again been corrected to 4,645 metric tons. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Career writings.
Thanks, Chair. This is a question for NIMS, so I think for Mr. Lindsay, that was brought up during the questions we had with the management team. And I think Mr. Niles asked about what happens if the ACL is exceeded and what that means for other fisheries. And there was some discussion around the hake fishery, some discussion around whether that would be waste. And I'm wondering if NIMS would be willing to add a little bit more to that, if there's some thoughts on what exactly happens if we are to exceed that ACL.
Josh?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. I guess I'll leave my answer with, I don't have an expectation of us exceeding the ACL. I think we do a pretty good job. We have pretty good catch reporting. And so it would be, there is a potential of us hitting that ACL and triggering sort of a scenario where retention would likely be prohibited. So yes, we don't shut down these fisheries, but fisheries would have to discard or, in terms of some of the CPS fisheries, target cleaner schools than maybe they would pre hitting the ACL, if that helps answer the question.
Thanks, Corey. All right. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to stop myself, but because I hope I agree with Josh that the ACL would not likely be reached. And I really wish we get to the point where we also realize that we're counting too many fish against that at this point. I don't understand why we're still doing that, but in the whiting fishery, if you can't find 10 sardine and Miss Brad can tell you, it's just not it's not logistically possible. And Asia can speak to that, but hopefully we never have to talk about that. But I just don't. It's a theoretical point at this point, and I'll leave it. There would be practicalities to that just wouldn't be workable.
Okay, thanks, Corey. All right. Ooh. Brianna? Yeah, you could. All right. Do we want to take a short break before we go to? That sound good? Been out for a little bit here, so let's just take a 10-minute break, make sure we're good, and then we'll get to it. Back at 11. take our seats. We'll get started. All right, welcome back. We're towards the end of G3 and open the floor for discussion. For motions. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion.
Wonderful. Good. Please.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the 2025-2026 northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine, we adopt the following specifications. Biomass equals 30,158 metric tons, OFL 4,645 metric tons, P-star of 0.5, ABC Tier 2, 3,957, ACL of 2,200 metric tons, and an ACT of 2,100 metric tons. Also move that we adopt the following accountability measures: incidental landing limit in CPS fisheries of 20%. If the ACT of 2,100 is attained, a per trip limit of 1 metric tons of Pacific sardine applies to all CPS fisheries, and an incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries until the ACL is reached. The specifications accommodate the EFP apportionment of 520 metric tons. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Rebecca. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Thank you, Chair. There's one typo. Yeah, that's accurate. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Second? Second by Sharon Kiefer. Thank you, Sharon. Please speak to your motion, Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. So the biomass estimate is below the MSST of 50,000 metric tons. The CPS FMP does allow incidental landing limit to range up to 20% when the stock is below the MSST. And just recalling that the Council adopted the revised Pacific sardine rebuilding plan in November 2024, and the adopted biomass, when the adopted biomass is below 50,000 metric tons, we recommend 2,200 metric ton ACL. There is a P-star of 0.45 to address the scientific uncertainty and lower the risk of exceeding the OFL. The ability to monitor landings and to not exceed the ACL is why the ACT can be so close to the ACL in this instance. The risk of exceeding the OFL is very low. We just heard that from our colleague from the National Marine Fisheries Service. The landings have averaged less than the 2,200 metric tons since the directed fishery was closed in 2015-2016. We have daily data collection, which facilitates the monitoring of landings as they approach the ACL, so management can respond quickly, resulting in a very low risk of exceeding the ACL. There's accountability measures to allow flexibility for fisheries that rely on Pacific sardines and an acceptable low risk of exceeding the ACL. I'll also note that the ACL recommendation is consistent with the Council's recommendation for the revised sardine rebuilding plan. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions for the motion maker? All right, discussion on the motion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Lent, for this motion. I plan to vote for this motion, but I did want to air a couple thoughts for discussion regarding the difference between the ACL and the ACT. This motion follows the advice of the advisory panel, but does not follow the advice of the management team. As we heard in questions when I asked Mr. Krutzikowski about that difference, we heard that 200 metric tons wasn't very much and that the management team was not comfortable with less than a 200 metric ton buffer. I understand with this motion, and like I said, I'll be voting for it because we also heard from Mr. Everingham about the flexibility, and we heard from the advisory panel about what that flexibility and what that looks like and what that could mean. And then in the overall scope of this fishery, I think it's worth proceeding with this ACT, but did want to give note to the management team's concerns and just underscore what we heard from the National Marine Fisheries Service, what we heard from others about the monitoring, the communication, and being really thoughtful that we do not exceed these limits and these numbers and targets. Generally, these numbers are really low, and that's painful for everyone in a number of ways. And it's also of what we've talked about extensively under this, and we will talk about more later in our agenda tomorrow about sort of the overarching conditions regarding the way the stock is defined. So optimistically, I hope that we're going to get to that and make some changes soon. In the meantime, what we have in front of us. So was happy to hear that we do have that monitoring in place and that we will be careful about how we approach these numbers, and look forward to hopefully some longer term solutions soon.
Thank you, Corey. All right, David Sones.
I just want to support everything that she said. It pulled the words right out of my mouth. So I will be voting for it, but I have a little concern with the 2100. Thank you.
Thank you, David. What else? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca, for the motion. And Dave and Corey's, I think, I don't think there's a reason to change. I have small things, like I don't think we should be changing P-star to 0.45. I think the reasoning has all been mixed up, but I think we can fix that with the larger issues in prioritizing those starting tomorrow. But yeah, if it were me, we should stick to P-star 0.4, and it's not about keeping your actual catch below the OFL. It's about a risk tolerance of whether you think your OFL is being estimated properly. But it's a theoretical, a matter of principle at this, and not pragmatic at this point. So I can support the motion.
Thank you, Corey. All right. Asia Shimillo.
Thank you, Chair Pender. And yeah, just wanted to second Corey's discussion of the interpretation of P-star in this case, but agree with everything Ms. Ridings raised earlier, and so I plan to support the motion as well.
Thank you, Asia. All right. Anyone else? See anybody? Oh, Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Rebecca, for the motion. I will be abstaining from voting on this motion since the revised rebuilding plan is not yet approved. I'd note that our original management for Sardine was thoughtfully created based on past lessons learned, and it had the foresight to already include implicit rebuilding while reminding everyone that our directed fishery has been closed for 10 years now. Additionally, I agree with the MT and AS in setting the P-star equal to 0.45. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brianna. All right. I don't see any more hands. With that, I'm going to call for the question. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no? Abstentions?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. All right. Motion passes with one abstention. So very good. Thank you. All right. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe this is a question for staff about, maybe this could be a G5 issue, or maybe it fits here. But we had on this matter of the catch accounting against the ACL and what proportion is northern. You know, I in my question I brought out the prospect of doing a projection model, and I think in the Mark on the S said called a rule of thumb type approach, which I think you can get more quantitative than that. But I think it is something we could task the team with working on, like as soon as possible. Having done this with the ground fish management team for a long time. I think it would be a decent amount of work, but doable. And so I don't know if staff had any, Merrick or Katrina had any thoughts about where the right place to consider that task would be.
Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the question, Mr. Niles. I'll invite Katrina to weigh in if she has any corrections as I think about what we could do here. Just want to make sure I'm understanding your question. So what I think you're asking, Mr. Niles, is related to how do we track catch with respect to the northern subpopulation versus southern subpopulation. Right now, we assume that all the catch in the season is attributed to the northern subpopulation. Is that a fair characterization of where you're coming from?
Exactly, yep.
So I think we heard a couple of things as part of this agenda item. And so what's going through my head is that you could ask the management team to come up with I would say a realistic, probably precautionary rule of thumb, and come back tomorrow with that. We would leave this agenda item open. You could then consider that number and whether you think it's worthwhile or responsible to use that for purposes of your catch tracking this year. And then maybe a longer term investigation as part of G5. Which is the science needs and priorities item. So if I'm continuing to speak appropriately to your question, I think there's two things you could do. One would be to task the MT to come back tomorrow with something. The second one would be to take up a more in-depth investigation under G5.
Good. Hey, Corey?
Yeah, I think I'd be a little hesitant to ask for the team to do something for tomorrow. Given I think they still have G5 left to discuss, and if half the day is going to be gone by the time they get back to the room. But maybe I can't remember when the CPS when they next meet. But so now I'm talking. Maybe it would be a better discussion for G5, and maybe there's a possibility they could bring it in November if I'm remembering that's the next time they come back. But I'd be a little. Yeah, I don't want to throw more work at them it's when they have plans for their afternoon already.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Maybe we could ask the team maybe for what their thoughts are on that, if it's possible. So this would be Greg. Would you come up to the table, please?
Yeah, but you might want your.
Oh, sure. Oh. This way. Okay. Did you hear Executive Director Burton's question?
I heard some of it. To come back tomorrow with a proposed plan for catch accounting. Is that correct?
Director Burton?
Thank you. I think we are exploring ideas here. So I'm trying to respond to Mr. Niles' question. And the possibility that was going through my head is whether the MT could come up with a rule of thumb. So if you look, say, back across the last few years, how much of the catch has come from the northern subpopulation? And could you assume the worst and say it's 50 or it's 70% and feel like using that for purposes of tracking catch through this year would be a responsible thing to do, and then bring that back to the council for the council's consideration tomorrow morning. And I believe Mr. Niles was expressing his well-reasoned concern about your workload and your ability to do that on top of the G5 statement that we're looking for from you as well.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Burton. And I appreciate the question and the concern, Mr. Niles. Yeah, we do have work to do on G5, that's for sure. But I think we can come back with something that, as Mr. Burton had described, by tomorrow.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, Kirk.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Further discussion on this, or should I turn to Katrina? Like this. Katrina, how we doing?
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The council has adopted an overfishing limit and biomass estimate, as well as adopted a P-STAR, ABC, ACL, and ACT and other management measures, and adopted an incidental catch allowance for CPS and non-CPS fisheries. We'll keep this agenda item open, it sounds like, until the management team can come back with those, the analysis that was requested.
Okay, there you go. All right, with that, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and sorry to be a little slow on the draw here. A quick question around if we were to get this report around catch accounting today and reconsider it tomorrow. I'm not sure who this question is for, but just thinking about, let's say we were able to get that together and have that done next year. Where in our management does that fit in terms of being able to take action on it? My brain's a little slow in terms of thinking about how we move through our CPS management structure, but just trying to think about where that information would be used in our management cycle. Thanks.
Director Burton.
Thank you. I find myself also looking over Mr. Lindsay, but I'm sure Mr. Lindsay will weigh in if I really botch this question. But what occurs to me is that where this would be used is throughout the course of the season, as we see catch coming through and we're counting that toward an ACL, we would be using this fraction or whatever it may be to help with that tracking, to help inform how close we are getting to the ACL. So it's a within season estimation tool, if you will. Is that answering your question? And I'll look at Mr. Lindsay to see if he has a different perspective on how this might be used.
Corey? Oh, Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I also understand the theoretical concept, but Ms. Ridings actually asked the exact same questions I was about to pose. So I understand the desire to explore this as something, as a potential tool in the future, and I could see that discussion happening under G5. I think I am struggling with the connection under this agenda item, and I think it's a big if, and how we would ultimately implement that, particularly for the next fishing season. And so I think that warrant a bit more discussion on our end, and maybe a broader discussion around this table of how we would do that, given that the management is not sort of designed to accommodate that at the moment.
Brianna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I would. First of all, I'm not clear if someone said fraction of catch and how that would work, but you start talking fractions and I start thinking LED, law enforcement division. So something more simple would be better. And then also back to Mr. Lindsay, would a rule have to be implemented to account for how the catch would be tracked? Thanks.
Okay. Well, that's why we're holding this open until tomorrow. So probably Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to add one more thing. I understand you're looking maybe to hold this, and I get this, but responding a little bit to Director Burton's comment, if we're tracking this to see how close we are in terms of a proportion for the northern versus southern, and we're thinking about that in terms of the ACL, but our current stock definition is only around the northern. And so that doesn't really give us any mechanism to change anything. So I think that information is very useful and is something I think we do have actually in retrospect, from what I understand, that's something that we have at the end of the year. But in terms of real time catch accounting, doing that science, and bringing that information even into management, it would be my understanding at this moment that there's really nothing we could do about it under our current stock structure. So maybe that's a question for Director Burden or someone else if they'd like to kind of clarify me or correct me on that understanding.
Well, Corey Niles has his hand up, so Corey, we'll go to you first.
Yeah, I think, well, I didn't mean to cause this. The discussion would be G5, but this is really just, I can't, if in ground fish, you have a mismatch between as Will said, your stock unit that they're assessing and is being rebuilt, and then what you're counting against that. And like analogy in ground fish, I can't think of a recent example, but if we have a stock complex that has like 10 different species in it, and we want to track it, you make a projection about what your landings, what the composition, the proportion of each species is going to be landed, and the discards is very similar. So it's not a rule-making thing. It's rational analysis of how much of your catch is the stock that you are caring about. So it is a bit perplexing how we've gone this many years without doing that. And I've been around long enough to know that salmon does the same kind of thing of you're trying to predict which stock in the ocean is going to be whatever run you're worrying about, and you're making projections about that using a quantitative method. So, yeah, again, didn't mean to launch into it right now, but it is very a normal thing to do in other FMPs, and it's actually really abnormal to make the really irrational assumption that which your data is showing. I don't think there's been a year, if you look in that's been 100% northern substock in the landing. So why, just using normal logic, why would you ever then do that? Except I think Rebecca was hinting at to be really precautionary, and we have precaution on precaution on precaution here with our ACT, and then this P-star that anyway in the landing. So that's I just don't understand. From my perspective, what we do now is very odd, and what Merrick is suggesting is more in line with what we do in the other FMPs.
To just give you a reference, over the last 10 years, it's the portion of catch of the sardine is for northern stock is 4% at its lowest and 48% at its highest. And we've averaged 27% of the catch has been northern over the last 10 years on average. I think what we're asking is for the management team to come back and give us a number that's overly precautionary, we feel very comfortable with, to assign to catch. That's what we're talking about doing here. And I don't think I think that you'd like to be, that could certainly be done under this agenda item. And I don't see why it's that hard, being that we've undershot the number so much, and to come back at the end of the year and say, oh yeah, you could have 10,000 more tons or whatever it was, or 5,000 more tons. It seems kind of just ridiculous to me. This is an easy way to do it. At least we could have to explore it, and maybe the number come back and it's 70% or 60%. I don't know, but I think it's, they said they can do it. I think we ought to allow them to do it and go from there. Corey.
Thanks, Chair. I didn't mean to imply that this information wouldn't be useful. I completely agree that I think it is, and I think it's important for the reasons that the Chair just outlined. My concern stems from the tools that we have available to us right now as defined by the FMP, which include the stock definition and the difference between the two populations. And we're hearing a lot, and I'm in agreement that that's something we're going to address later. Where my concern and why I'm bringing this up now is because of our current structure, I don't want to give the industry or other interest holders a potentially false sense of an ability to make changes in season, or that there will necessarily be a change with our next season based on this information. That is my primary concern. So I think that we can let this lie for now, unless anybody wants to speak more. I will look forward to seeing what the management team comes up with this afternoon. I just wanted to be knitting those two things together in terms of what information we can get and use based on our current structure, and how we can actually apply that data and information in management.
Fair enough. Yep. Okay. Thanks, Corey. Yep. All right. Okay, with that, we're going to slide, to hold this over till tomorrow and go to G4. If when Katrina's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just change my notes over.
All right.
Agenda item G4 is Pacific Mackerel Assessment and Management Measures for the 2025 to 2027 fishing year, final action. At this meeting, the Council will adopt harvest specifications and management measures for Pacific mackerel, including an overfishing limit, an acceptable biological catch, and an annual catch limit for 2 consecutive fishing years, which is 2025 to 2026 and 2026 to 2027. The Council, again, may also choose to adopt an annual catch target, or ACT. And as a reminder, this fishing year at hand begins July 1st and ends June 30th of the following year. A stock assessment team from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center produced a catch-only projection estimate, which is available under Agenda Item G3 as Attachment 1. This estimate was reviewed by the Scientific and Statistical Committee during the April Council meeting, and the report is available as a supplemental SOC report under Agenda Item G4. The CPSAS and the CPSMT have also provided their recommendations on harvest specifications and management measures in their supplemental reports under this agenda item. The Council tasks here are to adopt the Pacific Mackerel Stock Assessment, to adopt a P-STAR, an ABC, an ACL, and if appropriate, ACT specifications and other management measures, and to adopt an incidental catch allowance for CPS and non-CPS fisheries.
Okay. All right, questions for Katrina on her overview? All right, not seeing any. So with that, we'll go to the SSC and Dr. Will Satterwhite. Will.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome back.
Great, thank you. So I will be reading Supplemental SSC Report 1 on Agenda Item G4A. Alex Jensen from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center presented results for the 2025 catch-only projection of the 2023 Pacific Mackerel Benchmark Assessment. That's Attachment 1. The catch-only projection follows the methods of the 2023 benchmark, but is based on the most recent version of stock synthesis. Bridging analyses found consistency among model outputs. Updated catch data from 2008 through 2023 and catch data for 2024 were used in the catch-only projection, and forecasts began in 2024. The resulting model provided forecasts of biomass for age 1+ fish for July 2025 and July 2026. The proportion of summary biomass in the catch-only projection formed solely by the stock recruitment relationship, rather than by information provided by the acoustic trawl survey, is 94% for July 2025 and 98% for July 2026. Incorporation of survey and composition data in an update assessment would better inform estimates of recent recruitment, although this is outside the terms of reference for a catch-only projection. A sensitivity analysis showed that setting recruitment beyond 2022 equal to that estimated for recent years resulted in relatively small differences. The SSC found an error in the calculation of the Tier 1 ABC buffers presented in Table 4 of Attachment 1, which was corrected in the presentation to the SSC by Alex Jensen. The corrected table is provided below. The SSC endorses the catch-only projection as the best scientific information available for use in management. However, using recruitment values from the stock recruitment curve instead of full demographic information for monitoring data leads to substantially greater uncertainty than is common for catch-only projections used for council decision-making. The SSC assigned the catch-only projection to Category 2D, but noted that the level of uncertainty may be more comparable to that of Category 3. The SSC endorses the overfishing limits of 12,965 metric tons for 2025 to 2026 and 14,270 metric tons for 2026 to 2027, and the associated age 1+ biomasses on July 1, 2025 and 2026 of 61,737 metric tons and 67,000 954 metric tons. The harvest guideline depends on the catch assumed and the buffer selected by the council, because a choice of the P-star less than 0.4 can result in an ABC value below the current harvest guideline. The final acceptable biological catches depend on the council's risk tolerance as reflected in the choice of P-star. The 2026 to 2027 overfishing limit could be recalculated if the ABC for 2025 to 2026 is less than the harvest guideline for that year. And that concludes our statement, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions for Will on the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Will. On that second paragraph, the proportion of summary biomass, the catch-only projections. I think listening to your discussion, you were, or at least Andre was referring to those as paper fish. So I'm just kind of, can you elaborate on what's going on and how like this might happen with sardine and anchovy, and maybe thinking to G5 and tomorrow, how about like what we could be doing to thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Corey. And yeah, I mean, I think this is a particularly acute situation in this case, because of the combination of the fact that this is a catch-only projection, but then also the last time we had the full assessment, there was a decision to exclude the 2022 survey because of some problems with just the execution of that individual survey. And so as a result, we're projecting out to July of 2026. The last survey that's included in the assessment is 2021. And so when you have a short-lived species, like most coastal pelagics are, a large fraction of the fish that would have been, that were alive when you had the survey back in 2021, the vast majority of those fish are dead by now. So, that's the big issue, that, fish don't live that long after you survey them when they're CPS. And so, yeah, we do in the, under G5, we do talk a little bit about, are there ways other than relying on these sort of relative to the lifespan of the species, long-term projections for CPS. And so, we point, for example, to, there is the, for lack of a better word, the sort of flowchart approach that's used for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy, potentially something like that, or just something that, uses surveys to sort of check in on biomass in between assessments. But then, when you're using those surveys to check in on biomass, you do need to keep in mind things like age structure, selectivity, and catchability.
Okay. Corey, good. Anyone else? Brianna?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Satterthwaite, for that answer. Just following up on the catchability and selectivity of the ATM, I'm wondering, I just wanted confirmation that the stigma category of 2D accounts for catchability and selectivity of the ATM survey when computing the estimates of H1 plus biomass.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, the category 2D designation, reflects the sort of comprehensive judgment of all of the sources of uncertainty in the assessment. And so that would include, but not be limited to, uncertainty with respect to selectivity.
Thanks, Will. Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Will. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. There's been a question regarding recent acoustic estimates as it relates to mackerel and sort of the process here in front of council and looking at the reference points. I understand the SSC spent a little bit of time discussing that, and just if you recall, if you could provide, a brief summary of any of that discussion.
Oh yeah, thanks, Mr. Lindsay. And so yeah, I mean, sort of set up in the response earlier, we were certainly aware of those recent AT survey estimates. But we mentioned, that you can't take raw survey estimates at face value. And, the factors you have to consider, again, include the age structure, they include the selectivity of the survey, they include the catchability of the survey. And then, in the case of mackerel, with respect to the acoustic survey, if you look back to the full assessment, the catchability for mackerel has generally been on the lower side. It's not close to 1. And it also, at least for certain time blocks, we've been treating it as variable. So, those are just sort of the caveats you need to keep in mind when you look at the survey biomass, as sort of a raw number.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Josh. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Thanks, Will. All right. Next up will be the EPS management team and Lisa Hillier. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lisa Hillier, and I will be reading from the CPS Management Team Supplemental Report on Agenda Item G4A. The CPSMT, the CPSAS, and the SSC reviewed the NIMS Southwest Fisheries Science Center catch-only assessment of Pacific mackerel. The catch-only projection provides harvest guidelines for managing the Pacific mackerel resource for fishing years 2025 and 26 and 2026-27. The next assessment is scheduled to be an update in 2027. The CPSMT recommends adopting the OFL, the ABC, and the ACL equal to the ABC, and the harvest guideline for fishing seasons 2025 and 26, and 26 and 27, as presented in tables 1 and 2 in our report. These values are based on a Tier 2 assessment as specified by the SSC. The CPSMT recommends a P-star value of 0.45, as the risk of exceeding this year's SSC recommended OFL is very low. Recent landings in U.S. Pacific mackerel fisheries have been very low relative to the OFL, with less than 1,400 metric tons being harvested annually since 2020. The CPSMT also recommends an incidental set-aside of 1,000 metric tons each fishing year and associated ACTs 1,000 metric tons less than the corresponding harvest guidelines. These values are also included in tables 1 and 2 in the report. The CPSMT further recommends that for each separate fishing year, should the directed fishery realize the ACT, NIMS close the directed fishery and shift to an incidental-only fishery for the remainder of the fishing season. The CPSMT recommends a 45% incidental landing allowance when Pacific mackerel are landed with other CPS, and with the exception of up to 3 metric tons of Pacific mackerel for landings that could be landed in non-CPS fisheries. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for Lisa on the management team report? All right, not see any. Thank you. Okay. Next up will be the CPS advisor subpanel and Matt Evingham. Welcome back, Matt. Welcome back, Matt.
Thank you. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel notes that the Scientific and Statistical Committee recommends the assessment be classified as Category 2 despite some concerns with the 2025 catch-only projection. The CPSAS, with the exception of the conservation representative, concurs with the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team that the Council should maintain a P-star of 0.45 in setting the specifications. CPSAS also notes that vessels have reported large schools of Pacific mackerel. Also, hook and line fishermen in Southern California have had consistent supplies of Pacific mackerel year-round. The CPSAS has concerns that the acoustic trawl survey is not accounting for mackerel in part due to their ability to evade the net, and therefore the recent low survey estimates are not representative of the true population. These observations suggest that the biomass is not overestimated by the model and support maintaining a P-star of 0.45 without additional buffers. Fishery participants also believe that maintaining a high P-star is important for the fishery to have opportunities to increase catches should the market strengthen. Large schools close to ports are also needed for fishing, which typically only occurs when the fishery is able to support that fishing. We believe that for the fishery to remain viable, it needs opportunities within the bounds of what is scientifically supported that can be opportunistically pursued when conditions are ripe. CPSAS, with the exception of the conservation representative, concurs with the harvest specification recommendations of the management team. Additionally, CPSAS recommends the measures described by the management team, which are applied to each separate fishing year. Should the directed fishery realize the ACT, NIMS should close the directed fishery and shift to an incidental catch only. Okay, sorry, just repeating that. I'll move forward. In addition, a public comment was provided by Oceana that suggests acoustic trawl surveys in 2023 and 2024 were under the overfish stock threshold of 18,200 tons, yet these survey results were not incorporated into the stock assessment model since it was a catch-only projection. This exclusion results in increased model reliance on stock recruitment relationship to inform recruitment, leading to a high uncertainty in estimates of stock biomass in the 2023 through 2026. Because of this uncertainty, the conservation representative recommends additional precaution in upcoming specifications, which include decreasing the P-star to 0.4. CPSAS as a whole supports additional ways to support to survey Pacific mackerel, including expansions of current surveys and other data sources, which could include eDNA, drones, fishery-dependent data, to improve our estimation of the biomass of mackerel off the West Coast. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Questions on the advisory subpanels report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Everingham. My first question is regarding the discussion it sounds like the AS had around the P-star between 0.45 and 0.40. Could you tell us a little bit more about that discussion and kind of what the issues that were brought up, and just give us a little more texture about what that discussion was like?
Sure. Really, it was, I would say it was spurred through public comment. As an initiation of that conversation, and so it so support for that for the 0.4 was really not shared by the overall advisory subpanel. It was really limited to the conservation representative in that regard, and so I think the rest of it really. We erred on the side of including more of that detail here in the report from the conservation representatives so that it would be well represented. And so I don't have much to add to the written report in terms of how that was discussed. I hope that answers your question. I apologize if I'm really just saying, well, it's written here.
That's okay. We know you're doing your best. So thanks.
Sure.
All right. Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? Great. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Corey?
Sorry. Thanks, Chair. I had a second question, but wanted to give others a chance. Thanks, Mr. Everingham. My question is regarding the statement near the beginning. Fishery participants also believe that maintaining a high P-star is important for the fishery to have opportunities to increase catches should the market strengthen. And I'm trying to get a better understanding of that because, every time the council comes back and does specs, we have the opportunity to set a different P-star. Mm-hmm. And so I'm wondering if there's a reason, given that, why it's important to maintain a high P-star, if there's signs that the markets are strengthening now or will strengthen before we set our specifications again, or there's going to be opportunity to increase catch. Just curious to understand that a little bit better, just given that we do have the opportunity to change our P-star every time we set specs.
Sure. I would say this is viewed as an opportunity that is being pursued currently. And I think it's something that's seen as having room to grow depending on demand. And so, for example, right now we do see mackerel being sold at the dockside market in San Diego. And that's something that within a certain market has a lot of enthusiasm for it. And so that's seen as something that could be expanded upon possibly. So I think there's interest in keeping the door open for that to happen if it needed to be. And, you know, otherwise, though, I think it's looked at as something that, you know, it's really just right now it's very focused. And so that something that could expand in terms of the demand.
Thanks, Corey. All right. Anyone else? All right, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That finishes our reports. Takes us to public comment. What happens? Our commenter happens to be in-house, so that's good. Welcome back, Jeff.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Again, Jeff Shester, representing the conservation group Oceana. I guess in terms of just the high level, before jumping in here, there's really sort of especially for these coastal pelagics that have these high fluctuations in biomass. My testimony is really about there's a big difference between managing based on paper fish that are essentially predicted from a model versus actually using biomass estimates of what's seen on the water. And that's really kind of the theme here in terms of the concern that I don't think this was an intentional sort of way it was set up, but the terms of reference that the council gave for the assessment that's before you now is to intentionally exclude the recent years of actual survey biomass estimates and instead only use catch projections based on the last estimates of stock which are now 4 years old from 2021. So that's what the stock assessment did. It used this updated the 2023 assessment, but only projecting catch forward and assuming that the stock would just simply have a normal stock recruit relationship and be productive at its sort of historic long-term rate rather than actually use biomass estimates. That's a big problem, and that's really what we are concerned about because the 2024 estimate from the acoustic trawl survey was 11,129 tons. That survey was done coast-wide. They did see a lot of fish, includes those fish they saw off of Southern California. It includes Mexican waters as well. There were concerns with the 2022 assessment. There was a 7,000 tons due to fish evading the net, but that concern was not raised here. And the acoustic survey was reviewed for Pacific mackerel in detail in a council and NIMS-sponsored methodology review and approved as best available science for setting annual catch. And specifically, the 2019 stock assessment for Pacific mackerel stated that the acoustic trawl survey is the most scientifically sound data available for assessing the abundance of Pacific mackerel in any given year. So the numbers that are coming out here from the survey estimate are well below the overfished threshold and cutoff that are both equal to 18,200 tons. And even if you look at the acoustic trawl survey estimates as a relative index, the numbers have gone down by at least 50% since the 2016 to 21 period, where you saw biomass estimates from those surveys in the 22 to 40,000 ton range. Now we're looking at 11,000 tons, and the surveys are not being ignored. One very simple minimum solution to this problem is for the council to change its terms of reference in the council operating procedures to essentially remove the use of catch-only projections for this stock and instead use update assessments. And the main difference, and you heard from Dr. Yao from the Science Center that there's not a major difference in workload for the Science Center between doing a catch-only assessment versus an update assessment. And the main difference, though, is that an update assessment would use updated biomass estimates from surveys as well. That could have solved this problem, and I think would have not resulted in this major difference in terms of paper fish versus fish seen on the water. But this is a major red flag that is in front of you right now. and I guess we're not exactly sure how to move forward, other than to say that this is a big enough red flag that if we were in your shoes, we would say, let's reject this stock assessment because it is so off from what is being seen in the ocean by the best available survey, and instead kick this back as soon as possible to the Science Center to come back with an updated estimate that actually plugs in those numbers from the recent surveys into an assessment model so that we can see what that would do. But using the assessment before you is sort of plainly not the most accurate, best available science. And so we were very concerned that the SSC sort of felt limited to just looking at the terms of reference and focusing on, is the stock assessment the best available stock assessment versus, I think, a more broader definition of best available science, looking at all the data in front of you. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Good. Thanks, Jeff. Questions for Jeff? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Jeff. Can you come tomorrow and put where you would think this fits within all the broader priorities in science and list them out tomorrow with all the other needs? I'm agreeing with, and the SEC seems to be agreeing with a lot of your points, and these catch-only projections are something you have to do because of workload. And also note the catch is mostly, or not, almost, I don't know what percentage, most of it's in Mexico. Yeah, I'm hoping you can come tomorrow and tell us where this fits within all the other science needs that we have tomorrow.
Thank you to the chair, Mr. Niles. Yeah, I do plan on commenting tomorrow on this item in the science needs and priorities. And ultimately, I think the reason for moving to kind of catch-only projections originally, I remember sort of several years ago there was that discussion. It was that this stock is sort of lower in terms of its priorities since it has lower catch, and the intention was to free up resources for more important stocks like sardine and do kind of less resource intensive exercises. And I guess what the Science Center seems to be going toward is, recommending not the Science Center, some of the discussion at the SSC was about thinking about, can we start moving to a system where we're using something more akin to what is done in the central subpopulation northern anchovy framework, where there's much more infrequent assessments, but there's regular biomass check-ins using the surveys to see if things have changed really rapidly enough to warrant a change. Something like that could be a lot more efficient and ultimately kind of more accurately reflect and respond to these changes we're seeing on the surveys from what's actually happening on the water. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Anybody else? All right. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. That takes care of public comment and brings us to council action, which is before you, our task. So I'll open the floor for discussion. Brianna Brady.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Alex Jensen and the staff for completing a catch-only projection for Pacific mackerel, and to the SSC subcommittee panel for completing the review. The SSC for completing the review. And I'm supportive of Supplemental Report 1, CPS Supplemental Report 1, and can make a motion when you're ready.
Okay, very good. Not seeing any hands, so it is almost lunchtime. So those motions get us here quicker. So
thank you.
All right. Okay, please.
Thanks. I feel like the formatting got a little messed up. Things were numbered.
Okay.
So I'll just put the numbers in as I go, if that's okay. I move that the council approve the Pacific, number 1, approve the Pacific mackerel catch-only projection for U.S. management in 2025-2026 and 2026-2027. April 2025 agenda item G4A supplemental CPSMT report 1. And then number 2, adopt tables 1 and 2 in supplemental CPSMT report 1, April 2025 agenda item G4A. And then number 3, if the act is met, adopt a 45% incidental landing allowance when Pacific mackerel are landed with other CPS, or up to 3 metric tons of Pacific mackerel per landing could be landed in non-CPS fisheries.
Okay. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is. Thank you for the formatting.
Okay. For second? Second by Corey Niles. Thank you, Corey. Okay. Please speak to your motion, Brianna.
Thanks. We heard from the SSC that they endorsed the mackerel catch-only projection as the best available scientific information for setting management measures. What?
Sorry, interrupt. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just have one correction to bullet 1. The Pacific mackerel catch only projection is agenda item G4, attachment 1. Thank you.
Is that what you're doing, Corey? Okay. So Corey wasn't a second. He was trying to get my attention and I blew it. Well, let's fix that without going through a yes. All right. Is that right now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, that's why you get the big bucks. Okay. All right. Now I need a second. Second by Corey Niles. Thank you. Brianna, now speak to your motion. Sorry.
Does number 2 need to be corrected?
Uh-oh.
Through the chair, tables 1 and 2 are present in supplemental CPSMT report 1, which can be described under number 2 if you'd like.
We're good.
Okay. Thanks. So we heard from the SSC that they endorse the mackerel catch-only projection as the best available scientific information for setting management measures for the next 2 seasons. And as far as using a P-star of 0.45, that was recommended by the CPS management team and various members of the CPS-AS. It's consistent with the previous council action. And in terms of the management measures, providing a 45% incidental catch allowance will allow the fleet to fish other stocks if the ACT is met. And the 3 metric tons also allows non-CPS fisheries to take small amounts of mackerel if the ACT is reached as well. Thank you.
All right. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion? Corey Niles.
Hey, thanks, Brianna. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Brianna, for putting this together. Same thing I said earlier about P-star and respectfully disagreeing. I think it's principle, not pragmatic at this point. And also saying I do agree with many of the points that Jeff made in public testimony about, and hope we can, under G5, talk about better ways, more efficient ways of possibly using the Science Center's workload. But I'm going to vote for support of the motion, of course.
Thank you, Corey. All right. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to echo a little bit what Mr. Niles said. I plan to vote for this motion. Reading the SSC report, certainly the considerations of Tier 2 versus Tier 3 regarding that uncertainty. Actually reading through the tables, probably most people noted that the numbers actually came out the same. I meant to ask the SSC why, and I didn't. I guess I will ask them on the side later. But just understanding that their recommendation is BSIA. So in terms of incorporating scientific uncertainty, understand that that is there. I want to note that these on-the-water observations are important, and so is understanding these surveys. And I just wanted to voice my appreciation for Oceana paying attention and bringing this to us. I see those concerns as valid and important and good to raise those concerns. I think we've had wider ranging conversations across the council, across FMPs about the value of different observations, whether that's coming from data that the conservation public bring forward or what fishermen are seeing on the water, as we heard the AS talk about, those all have value. And so I'm grateful that they are brought forward and can be part of the discussion that the AS and the management teams and the council can have. I wanted to explicitly draw attention to this concept of a framework approach that, and also kind of in conjunction what Dr. Chester brought up around the resources required to do sort of this catch only versus an update. That seems really prudent. And to Mr. Niles's comment, I hope we hear more about that tomorrow. I think that's an appropriate thing to think more about there. Finally, I did want to note regarding P-STAR, there's a reason we have it, and there's a reason we do that as part of every specs process, and that is that we can change it. And so I just want to say I appreciate the comments that we heard from the AS and Mr. Everingham, but just wanted to also note that I think that there is, when we set that on a shorter term specs basis, which allows us to be flexible and allows us to change that over time as the need arises. So I do not agree sort of with the concept of keeping it high or necessarily even keeping it low for long-term purposes when this is really a shorter-term ability that we have a council to be flexible and make those changes as we see them occurring. So thank you for the motion, and I will be voting for it.
Thank you, Corey. Yep. All right. Anyone else? Okay, not seeing any hands. That means I'm going to call for the question. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. Wonderful. All right. Good job. Anything else? Hands? Katrina? How are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The council has adopted the Pacific Mackerel catch-only projection, also known as the stock assessment, adopted a P-STAR, an ABC, an APL, and an ACT, and other specifications and management measures, and has adopted an incidental catch allowance for CPS and non-CPS fisheries. So business for this agenda item is complete.
Wonderful. Thank you. And great job, everyone. And with that, I'm going to turn to Executive Director Burton for some announcements. So, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, a couple updates on scheduling. I'm told that Salmon won't be ready till about 4 this afternoon. We've dispensed with everything else that was on our agenda for today. Very good work, everyone. But we have been looking to move something up from tomorrow. We're almost ready to take up C5. And if you're amenable to taking up C5 today, we should be ready at about 2 p.m. So that would call for a longer lunch than usual. Usually there's not much of a complaint about that. So I'll let you think about that for a second. That then does affect the CRITVIC avian predation presentation that we had been talking about that would occur this evening. So earlier they were aiming for 4:30. Giving the shift of the salmon items, they're now aiming for 7 p.m. So if you're interested in that, that'll be 7 p.m. in the SAS this evening. So where that leaves us, Mr. Chairman, is whether you would indeed like to take up C5 this afternoon. If so, that would bring us back at about 2 p.m. this afternoon.
Okay. I think that's probably a great idea, I hope, unless I see someone saying they don't want to do that. But Asia?
Thanks, Chair. My only concern is folks listening who might have, it's Sunday today, and so C5 was going to come in on Monday, and I think people may not be able to switch plans very quickly to listen in if they were interested is all. That's the only consideration. I get wanting to be efficient though with the overall schedule. Thank you.
Okay, well, if someone's flying down here for that tomorrow, I'd be shocked, but I guess maybe they could. But that's why we call in, though, too. So anybody else thoughts on that? Josh Lindsay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just for what it's worth, it maybe offer similar sort of statement as Asia did in terms of I am not fully briefed on how NIF staff intended to help support this agenda item and who might be still listening on a Sunday. But I know Mr. Wolf will be here, I think, shortly. And I might be able to provide a better answer on that.
Okay. Yep. Dr. Burton?
Yeah, appreciate the feedback. I guess what I would propose is that we come back together at 2, and if there's substantial reason to not pick up C5 because of some of these concerns, we can just remain paused until Salmon is ready at that time. And between now and then, maybe we'll get a little more information.
So we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock, the check-in.
Well, so for those that are here,
We're tribal thing. No big deal. You'll have, I mean, it's gonna be a kind of councils get together. Yep, that's fine too. We won't hold it against you.
let me find my cheat sheet here.
Okay. Ladies are aware we're gonna get, let's all get together before the tribal thing.
Yeah.
No.
It's gonna be very light. I've got the.
We don't need anything.
Who has a hot mic here? Right here, right there? All right. Welcome back, everyone. So we're here. We've moved agenda item C5 up. And with that, I'll turn to Kelly Ames to start us off. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, council members. This is agenda item C5, Council Operations and Priorities. At this meeting, the council will receive an update on the progress to date implementing the council's recommendations to improve council operations. These recommendations are in response to the council's long-term budget prognosis, staff and advisor workload, and the need to address these challenges while maintaining and enhancing the council's decision-making process. In June 2024, the council provided guidance and set benchmarks to improve operational efficiency, reduce cost, enhance public participation, and strengthen decision-making based on the executive director's recommendations. And links to the past materials are included in your situation summary. These recommendations were an outgrowth of the Committee of the Whole meeting and recommendations to consider changes to council priorities and to the way in which operations are conducted. And again, there are links in the situation summary to take you back to the Committee of the Whole recommendations and meeting materials. Council action here today is just to hear an update in our staff report and provide any guidance on next steps as necessary. For your reference materials, you have attachment 1 and several advisory body reports for your consideration. I'd be happy to take any questions about the situation summary. If not, I'll provide a brief overview of attachment 1.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Questions from Kelly on her overview? I think we're good.
All right, so moving into attachment 1, basically, we have reflected a lot and have been working through time to implement the recommendations from the council. Many of the items that you recommended have been pretty straightforward to implement and have been ongoing. Some matters are becoming more complex to implement and will take further discussion and iteration throughout 2025 to implement by 2026, which was the target date for many of the items in your June 2024 guidance to us. Attachment 1 summarizes several of those more complicated matters. And in addition, we're bringing forward a new matter relative to the timeline for publishing the briefing book. Attachment 1, I'll summarize kind of those key updates and recommendations. The first is updating the briefing book production time from 21 days prior to a council meeting to 14 days prior to a council meeting. The rationale for this proposal is that effective meetings require adequate preparation, which includes time spent developing materials to support good decision-making. In the current process, for example, no work time exists between the March and April meetings. Only 2 weeks of work time exists between the September and November council meetings, and only 3 weeks of work time exists between the April and June meetings. Publication times at other councils range from roughly 2 weeks prior to a council meeting to merely the Friday before a council meeting begins. If the publication for the briefing book date changes, we would still anticipate publishing supplemental materials 7 days in advance. Items that require SFC review would continue to be distributed 14 days in advance per their required time frame for review. And we would consider adjusting public comment periods to align with that new briefing book schedule. Efforts to shorten council meeting length have been complicated by the need for 5-day council meetings in March and April necessary to facilitate the North of Falcon process. This means that other meetings will need to be shortened perhaps more than originally expected in order to meet the goals mentioned previously. One way in which meetings were envisioned to be shortened was through an enhanced focus of council advisory groups. How to focus those groups will take efforts that will continue through the spring and summer of this year, and we plan on bringing recommendations forward in November 2025 for a more focused and streamlined approach to narrowing the focus for those groups. One of the Council's guidance was regarding the treatment of informational reports. Specifically, you all recommended that informational reports be included in the briefing materials, but without accompanying Council floor presentations or speeches. Several agenda items can be thought of as informational, and the question posed is whether the Council would like to strike these items from future agendas in favor of including them purely as informational written reports in the briefing book. Some examples for your consideration would include the annual Coast Guard report, the annual International Pacific Halibut Commission report, and the annual Tri-State Enforcement report. Those were three that we thought were pretty regular presentations that the Council may want to consider how they'd like to treat those in the future. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions on attachment 1 or turn to see if Executive Director Merrick Burden has anything he would like to add to that overview.
Okay, questions for Kelly? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Director Ames, Ms. Ames. On the briefing book timeline, is the 21 days, is that when the briefing book deadline would be, or when you all plan on, I'm a little confused. Currently, the briefing book deadline's about a month out. It's about 4 weeks out, and then about 2 weeks out, usually the Friday to 2 weeks out before the meeting, we get the briefing book online. And I'm struggling with the timeline with 21 days, how that relates to when things are due and when things are available online. And I'm sorry if I'm being daft.
Through the chair, Ms. Mattis. So currently we publish the briefing book 21 days prior to a council meeting is the rough goal. Sometimes it is 17 days, sometimes it is 21. The goal would be to reduce that publication to be 14 days.
Thank you for the clarification.
Excellent. All right. Krista, Sisson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have one question. I receive a paper copy of the briefing book, and it comes after the online version comes out. And I'm really curious, for those of us that have requested a paper copy for a variety of reasons, including ADA, how that is going to impact those of us that do need a paper copy as opposed to online.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Vinson, for the comment. Yes, we have been exploring whether there are opportunities for us to, kind of electronically transfer the briefing book to a local facility for those individuals who do receive mailed copies. And then you would just go to that facility and pick up the printed version versus having to ship it. Because we do appreciate that as we shorten that time and then we add a FedEx transfer of the information, it will reduce your time substantially. So yes, we are seeking kind of those logistical solutions to that problem.
Thanks, Krista. Executive Director Burden, do you have anything to add? Okay. Very good. All right. With that, we'll go to the reports. And first up will be the GMT report. And I believe Jesse Waller is going to give that. It'd be like old times, Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. Yes, it's the token groundfish staff officer here. I'm going to read the GMT report into the record. The GMT supports the council working towards a more efficient process, but highlights the following concerns for the council to consider. Briefing book production timelines. The GMT understands that altering the briefing book production timelines from 21 days to 14 days could allow council staff more time to produce potentially more robust analytical documents for the council, advisory body, management teams, technical teams, and the public to digest.
The caveat being that there will be less time to read through all the briefing book materials in preparation for the council meeting. Additionally, states have to schedule delegation calls before the meeting, and moving the production time to 14 days creates an even narrower window to organize meetings prior to the council. It would also make it more challenging for those who expect to attend multiple pre-meeting webinars while juggling other work. The council should consider the trade-offs and whether one additional week of briefing book material analysis and preparation outweighs the cost to participants in the process. In Attachment 1, Figure 1 highlights the November meeting as the one council staff could benefit the most under this proposed timeline, as the April council meeting is already operating under a 14-day deadline. The council could consider shortening the production time for other meetings in addition to April, while leaving some at 21 days, depending on whether the benefits outweigh the cost. Focusing work of advisory groups. The GMT focuses on groundfish issues the council has prioritized while addressing additional issues as they relate to groundfish management. While the GMT appreciates the council's efforts to minimize and prioritize advisory body workload, the team is concerned that overly restricting our work to include only groundfish agendized items could preclude the council from being sufficiently informed on how cross-cutting items such as adaptive management, marine planning impact groundfish fisheries. With uncertain future environmental and economic conditions, the GMT anticipates that many management initiatives the council undertakes will apply to all FMPs to some extent, and collaboration efforts across advisory groups to inform the council's decision-making will be imperative to finding creative solutions. Informational reports and related agenda topics. While the GMT generally supports moving informational reports off the council floor, the team acknowledges that there may be instances where informational reports or topics warrant council discussion. One option to address this concern is for council staff to bring forth informational items that would benefit decision makers and stakeholders by having allocated council floor time. Update on the length of meeting and implication. The GMT seeks further explorations of the consequences associated with shortening the number of days for a council meeting. For example, in Attachment 3, the proposed September meeting has multiple groundfish items on Council Day 1, which gives the GMT limited time to produce any necessary statements during the council meeting. In this scenario, the team may request a longer than average public webinar prior to the council meeting or an earlier start date to have sufficient time to prepare the reports. In the long term, the team seeks clarity on how GMT workload will be shifted or reduced to account for condensed meetings, such as whether additional front-loading will be expected, the extent to which we can front-load work, whether additional pre-meeting webinar time would be regularly scheduled, or whether the council would expect proportionally condensed discussion time from the team. If the amount of GMT work time is shortened proportionally, or we have less time for in-person collaborations, the team will likely need to set even stricter priorities as what topics do or do not warrant team statements with guidance from council staff. The GMT is supportive of shorter council meetings in general, assuming that there is a proportionate reduction in the overall number of agenda items the team will need to comment on, and enough time for the team to review materials, deliberate, and compose informative reports. If the council is well informed, it can operate more efficiently during floor time. While strategies such as front-loading reports and longer pre-council webinars may enable a similar level of work products while shortening council meetings, they shift the council workload outside of council meetings with impacts to other critical fishery management duties team members conduct outside of council meetings.
All right. Thank you, Jesse. I think that we probably asked you questions, but you weren't there, so...
I actually was there the entire day. Yes, I was, but yeah, it might be a little...
Okay. Questions for Jesse? Oh, then Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Waller. And this may be relying a little bit on the discussion on a little bit of time on your on the team, but with the time for webinars and work, is it one-to-one for one council hour, the GMT works for an hour, or is what the GMT does for an hour on the council floor? They may have multiple hours, so that is one of the things we need to be considering when we're looking at their pre-council webinars and what work they need to do and what they have to do in a publicly announced forum. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through the chair, I think if I'm understanding your question, Ms. Mattis, is that it really is item dependent. I think on this kind of like one-to-one, I think most folks have gone through a specs,
year and know that those items take a lot of time, a lot of team time and work time, including like the GMT, is getting ready to hold a work session in October, I do believe is on their agenda to start working on specs. So there is a lot of time that goes into, maybe a 5-hour agenda item, but that takes a lot of time to produce those reports. Todd and myself as GMT staff have been working, with the GMT and GAP and trying to find that balance of getting briefings to both the GAP and GMT, and also taking into account that most folks listen to both webinars. And so trying to kind of tee that up. So maybe we only have to take up 3 hours of people's time versus 6 hours of folks' time. I don't know if that quite answers your question or maybe helps a little bit for some context.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Waller. It did.
Thank you, Lynn. All right. I don't see any more hands, so you're free, Jesse. All right, thank you. Next up will be the GAP report and Susan Chambers. Suze, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Good morning.
Right,
thank you. Chair and council members, my name is Susan Chambers, and I will be reading the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Council Operations and Priorities, Agenda Item C5A. Referencing Agenda Item C5 Attachment 1, the GAP supports reducing the 21-day production time for advanced briefing book documents to the 14-day time frame. This should allow staff and agencies more time to better prepare reports and documents without significantly affecting opportunities to read and study information prior to a council meeting. We support shortening meetings and or taking advantage of webinars in advance of council meetings, so long as sufficient time is allowed for thorough GAP discussion and consideration. This is especially important regarding particularly complex or comprehensive issues, such as biennial harvest specifications, program-wide changes, such as those for the trawl or limited entry fixed gear fisheries, etc. We remain concerned about a too narrow focus on core advisory body issues, but supports consideration of changes to make advisory body meetings more efficient. Some non-core items and or cross-FMP items could have an outsized effect, positive or negative, on groundfish fisheries. For example, GAP members are very interested in research and data needs that could affect both groundfish and other fisheries. Offshore energy concerns is another example. Some of these items could be covered in pre-council webinars, similar to the GAP and GMT online meetings held in advance of the April 2025 meeting, since groundfish was not on the agenda. The GAP supports exploring these kinds of opportunities for flexibility. And lastly, the GAP agrees with the idea of including informational reports for items that do not require council floor time. Additionally, we suggest providing informational reports on non-agenda items that GAP members feel council members could find of interest and for inclusion in the council record. One example of this includes GAP response to trawl cost recovery reports. On our pre-March webinar, we received a presentation about the updated cost recovery situation, but the council was not scheduled to consider it or take action. The GAP included comments about cost recovery under the Groundfish NIMS report agenda item, but could just as easily have turned this into an informational report for council members to consider and to maintain the integrity of the council record regarding the GAP's discussion. And that concludes our report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. And questions for Susan on the GAP report? I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
All right, next up will be the Habitat Committee report, and I believe Dr. Scott Appel. Scott?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. You can hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you. I will be reading into the record Agenda Item C5A, the Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1, Council Operations and Priorities. The Habitat Committee reviewed the staff report on Council Efficiencies Update and Recommendations, C5 Attachment 1, and appreciates the complexities in implementing these efficiencies. The Habitat Committee focused its discussion on the staff recommendation to reduce the briefing book publication time from 21 to 14 days and how this change could affect the Habitat Committee's participation at council meetings. In recent years, the Habitat Committee has been meeting remotely for 3 of the council meetings, typically a week or 2 in advance of the council meeting. A 14-day window for the briefing book would create additional challenges for scheduling remote Habitat Committee meetings because of the truncated time for reviewing briefing book materials, conflicts for individual members' schedules, as well as for the Habitat Committee staff officer who may have to staff other advisory bodies. The Habitat Committee thinks these challenges could be alleviated by scheduling remote advisory body meetings in conjunction with the council meeting using the standard schedule for in-person advisory body meetings when possible. For example, the Habitat Committee typically meets the day before and the day of council meeting week when in person. This schedule would allow for some consistency and predictability in planning and scheduling meetings for not only the Habitat Committee, but other advisory bodies, as well as provide additional days to review briefing book materials under a shortened 14-day briefing book publication timeline. That concludes my report.
All right, Scott, thank you. Questions for Dr. Appel on the Habitat Committee report? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
You bet. Next up will be the EC report and Lieutenant Sky Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to move forward? Or can I deliver it from here? Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the council, on behalf of the enforcement consultants, I'll be reading into the record the EC supplemental report on council operations and priorities. Referencing the discussion in agenda item C5 attachment 1 on informational reports and related agenda topics, the EC recommends the following. 1, have an annual Coast Guard report, tri-state enforcement report, and various NOAA Office of Law Enforcement reports submitted as separate informational reports throughout the year. And 2, the EC would like to have an in-person opportunity to educate and emphasize the importance of our missions in supporting the work of the council. We recommend scheduling an annual 1-hour agenda item with a consolidated NOAA OLE, U.S. Coast Guard, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon State Police, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife presentation to the council on the previous year's enforcement and safety efforts, inclusive of council discussion and potential action. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Sky on the EC report? You're good. Thank you. All right. And finally, but not least, to be Michelle Conrad in the EAS report. Michelle.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'll be reading from Supplemental EAS Report 1. The EAS reviewed the Council Efficiencies and Recommendations document in Attachment 1 and has the following comments. In general, we appreciate the work of council staff to identify ways of making the process more efficient while maintaining a quality, well-informed process that results in effective decision-making. The EAS spent the majority of our time discussing the proposal to reduce the briefing book production timeline from 21 days prior to a council meeting to 14 days prior. While the EAS appreciates the time constraints on council staff to produce materials to meet the current deadline, the EAS is concerned that 14 days will not provide adequate time to review and digest the briefing materials and prepare for the meeting for council members, advisory body members, and the public. We are also concerned about the compressed time frame between when materials are available online and the start of the council meeting, as this reduces the amount of time for advisory bodies to meet prior to a meeting. For example, under the current 21-day period, an advisory body may need about 10 days to review the materials relevant to their agenda, or in the case of the SSC, 14 days. To ensure the advisory body has sufficient time for their discussion and preparation of reports for the council after their review, the advisory body typically needs to meet at least 2 to 3 days prior to the meeting. If the advanced briefing book is not available until 14 days prior, there would only be a 1 to 2 day window available for advisory bodies to meet in advance of the meeting. This makes it difficult to accommodate advisory body member schedules and for stakeholders and the public to attend multiple advisory body meetings that are held concurrently. The EAS also noted that Attachment 1 describes the rationale for the current 21-day publication period as an artifact of the days when paper briefing books were produced and distributed. However, we recall that the 3-week period originated much earlier than when electronic briefing materials began and stems from council discussions about the amount of time needed to fully review and digest materials and prepare for the meeting. Notably, when paper briefing books were produced and distributed, the advanced briefing book deadline was actually 4 weeks prior to the council meeting, except for between March and April, to allow time for the production and distribution of the materials and ensure council and advisory body members receive them at least 3 weeks in advance of the meeting. We believe it was in 2015 when the advanced briefing book deadline was reduced from 4 to 3 weeks prior to the meeting, coinciding with when the majority of council and advisory body members shifted to receiving their briefing materials electronically. For these reasons, the EAS recommends the 21-day advanced briefing book deadline be maintained. With regard to the other items in Attachment 1, the EAS generally agrees with the objective of ensuring council advisory bodies are focused on their respective areas of responsibility and items affecting their operations and are efficient in their deliberations. We look forward to reviewing council staff's recommendations for advisory bodies in November. We also support broader use of informational reports for items that may not warrant council discussion and appreciate the update on council meeting length. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Michelle. Questions for Michelle on the EAS report? All right. I don't see any. Thanks, Michelle. Okay, that concludes our reports. Takes us to public comment. I don't think there's any there. Good confirmation. All right. This takes us to council action, which is before us. All right. All right, with that, I'll open the floor for discussion. Asia Shimillo.
Thank you, Chair Penninger. This may be, I was not around for the discussion that the council had that led into this agenda item. And so I may be asking a question that you guys covered before. And I'll tell you just a little bit of perspective of mine, just listening to the advisory body reports. But I was raised on the East Coast, in the East Coast Council system. The 2 councils that I worked in, so everyone knows I was on management teams. The similar structure out there for the New England and Mid-Atlantic councils, and we never met concurrent as an advisory body with the council meeting. So there was never, just for context, other councils do it differently, and I'm sure you've heard this before, and I know people hate when we talk about how other councils do things differently, but they make it work. The advisory bodies all make it work and are able to get information in for the council to consider in time and without undue stress on their advisory bodies. And so I'm curious what exploration was done into other approaches overall. I'm not asking for a broad change here, but just want to know how much you guys considered or talked about the way other councils do it.
Executive Director Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the question. Seems like a very long time ago that we went down this road, and we had what we call a committee of the whole meeting, which is basically a council in a committee format, so that you can have a conversation. And so most of the people here on this table were also at that meeting, so they might have some other input in addition to what's going through my head. But I found that conversation to be very fruitful, and I thought it was a really good example of the council members here really trying to problem solve and find ways forward, at the same time recognizing that we have a really good thing here. So I think it's that last point that puts some bounds on that discussion, which I can't speak for everyone. I don't recall us really considering a complete decoupling of our advisory bodies from the council, because I think there's a lot of good in our culture here when we bring everybody together, and that allows us to do the good things that we do. And I recall a lot of people not wanting to abandon that, including myself. So I don't recall a specific conversation about that, but I do recall a sense of reluctance to really explore that idea.
Asia?
I just want to finish my thought there. And having experienced other councils, I agree with the benefit of the overlap between the advisory bodies and the main council. What I do more want to think about again is that I hear a lot of fear about the potentials for workload from the advisory bodies in making this shift. And I guess what I want to somehow convey to them is that, yeah, the change is hard, but it is possible. And it may take some measure of effort looking out to other groups to see how they manage to do exactly what we do, but with a different timeline and a different shape. And again, I never this was foreign to me that this would all happen at the same time. And I certainly see how it creates a more tight-knit group and a better, the conversations that happen are different. The communications across the groups are different when you have everybody there at the same time. However, if the fear is the work, there are other models that we could rely on to pull even just like little bits of their shape to make it go okay. Mid-Atlantic Council, their meetings are like planes, trains, and automobiles to get to. They're like the furthest reaches of the mid-Atlantic coast, like Duck, North Carolina. If anyone wants to look up where that is on a map, it is not easy to get to. And so a lot of people wouldn't go to those meetings, but we managed to have successful advisory body meetings remotely and in a cadence that matched what was needed to get the work done in between the meetings. So I just wanted to put that out there to any advisory body members that are listening, and just maybe encourage, it might even be worth having some kind of meeting where the chairs of the various advisory bodies could talk to chairs of other similar advisory bodies to be like, how do you get this done? So that I can think about how to plan this cadence better. So that's all. Thank you.
Kelly?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Shamillo. Yeah, I did just want to add that while we have not done kind of the wholesale untangling of having the council meet concurrently with advisory bodies, we have been experimenting in the last 2 years with having some groups meet before the council meeting and not meet in person. So we have started to learn a few lessons about what those trade-offs are, what those benefits are. We have also been experimenting with having advisory bodies concurrent with the council, but for shorter periods of time. And again, we've learned some lessons from those experiences. We're starting to learn that sometimes there is great benefit in making sure that sometimes we have the chair and vice chair of a committee remain at the council meeting to be able to interface with council members, even though the entire team or advisory subpanel might have gone home. So, I would say we have not made kind of that wholesale shift, but we are kind of experimenting to see, given our culture, given our arrangement, what is going to work for us.
Okay. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and because Asia didn't have the luxury of being at that meeting, and some of the conversations that I remember is, I think there are times for different committees where it's kind of an off meeting, like SAS, March and April is a full blown, and they can readily meet online. The June meeting, if there's a topic, or September meeting, and sometimes they have to come to the November meeting, but not very often. But I think it's, although I've never been back east to see how those work, but I've heard there's a little more lobbyist type representation at those, more so than our fishermen participation. And just looking at the council table, fishermen are kind of an endangered species on this table right now. And I think that I so love that the what our process has is in fishermen involvement. And certainly, you know, for me, the GAP and the SAS and those are the ones I know the best. So I'm not trying to, but they will learn how to get the work done. Fishermen work until the work's done. There's no lunch hour. There's no coffee breaks, and it's an 8-day-a-week, 24-hour job sometimes, and they'll learn to get it done. So I know we need to save the money, and I know we can be more efficient, that's for sure. But I just don't want to take the fishermen out of this process because that's near and dear to my heart. So thank you.
Thank you much. Lynn Mattis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. When the discussion we were having a few minutes ago about Ms. Ames and I about the timing of the briefing book, and I'm all for efficiencies and better utilization of council staff. If the 21 and 14 days works, that's great. That's more time Jesse and Todd and others can be, you know, helping herd the cats of the teams. But there's a balance, and hopefully 14 days is it, with council members and our public having the time to digest materials. Because I like spreadsheets and things, I was looking some stuff up, and one of our recent meetings, there was 346 pages of ground fish items alone. That doesn't include any other agenda items, just ground fish items. And I admit there was a couple of documents. I only got through the executive session, the executive summary of a couple of the documents, because in those 14 days, in addition to the council stuff, I've got to do my regular job, my other part of my job. Let's try this 14 days. If it works, that's great. And if it provides some efficiencies, there's just that trade-off between having the amount of time to digest the materials before we come to the meetings. And as the GMT said, you know, I think all three of the coastal states anyway have delegation meetings that we schedule beforehand where we have to meet with our constituents. I know oftentimes Washington, California, and Oregon will meet to have some discussions beforehand. So there's a lot of things in play once that 14 days is in place, but definitely all for better utilization of council staff time. On the shortening of time of meetings, I think we all have, through the committee of the whole and over the last year, discussed that that's a place we can get some savings. However, the amount of work, the expectations needs to be commensurate with that decrease. Looking at the June agenda, it's a 4-day meeting and there are 10 ground fish items. The GMT is scheduled to meet for 4.5 days to cover 10 agenda items. They have a half a day before items start coming up on the floor. Oftentimes, our HMSMT meets for a day, and then they have a day or a day and a half with 3 to 5 to 6 agenda items. So if we're decreasing our council floor time by 20%, we can't just expect our advisory bodies to take up, and you know, if we're decreasing the amount of time they're meeting as well, we can't expect them to do the same amount of work in less time. We won't get the quality products that we currently get from our management teams and our ASs. That comes from having the time. So we just need to be conscientious. I know September, it looks like a 5-day meeting and there's only currently 8 ground fish items. And I know June will change. I've already heard rumors of a couple of things being taken off of there. But I think both the GAP and the GMT mentioned that as we shorten the amount of days the council meets, what is expected and the amount of workload that our teams and our advisory bodies have needs to be commensurate with that, which then leads to those big discussions that we do on day last of what don't we do, or what do we prioritize, what do we do, and what don't we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate these comments. I just want to make an observation based on something that, well, I guess the way that you were describing things, Ms. Mattis, as Kelly and I and others in our office have started to pull on these threads of saying, okay, let's reduce our our council meeting time. There's a lot of stuff that comes along with that thread. And that's what you're starting to see in this paper that we put together, which is we shorten up meeting length. What does that mean? It means more, it means that we have to ask each of the advisory bodies to do a little bit less at each meeting because they have to focus. It means we have to do more in advance of each meeting to get good materials in advance because we can't ask the GMT to do it all during the meeting, right? So we have to come in with more material. So there's a lot of things that come along with what we're trying to do. And I think it is, this is one of the reasons why we're having this check-in, is to say, here's where we're at. And these are how all these threads are connected. And this is where we're headed. Just want to make sure that we're all on lockstep about how this works. And that's what we're trying to do here. So for what it's worth.
All right. Anyway, Corey Writings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to the council staff for putting this together. I do appreciate these updates as we move forward with this, and to Kelly and Merrick in particular for thinking through this. Just some notes. I don't think that I have a super strong opinion on the 3 weeks versus 2 weeks. And also note that over my tenure coming to this council meeting, it has changed in terms of the deadlines for the briefing books, as was noted. And so I assume if this didn't work, we could change it again if that felt right. I can note, as someone sitting in an appointed seat, we are in the seat for the whole meeting. It's a lot of materials to get through. And having some of those more technical documents that tend to be the first things that are in the briefing books, things provided by the federal and state governments, it is useful to have some extra time to sort of sink your teeth into those, read them, and try to understand them. And a lot of times that involves phoning a friend to understand the technical nature of some of those documents. And then hearing some of what the AB said and a little bit where this conversation started, just thinking about that, the ABs in person versus remote and the timing associated with that. Having advisory body meetings remote, there's just trade-offs with it. And I think we've already heard some of them. Having them remote can often mean that more people are able to attend because they can call in from wherever they are, whether that's at home or on a boat or traveling or whatnot. That provides better attendance. It's also more transparent, the fact that more people can attend. It also means that if they're happening in advance, more people can attend because they're not here. And members of the public and such can attend multiple of those because they're not all being held at once. They don't have to be in 2 rooms at the same time. So just thinking out loud a little bit on what that deadline does, if we move that to 2 weeks, supportive of doing so, just throwing out some considerations.
Hey, Corey. And Rebecca, apologies. Forgot her name down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No worries. Like Mr. Mello, I'm new to this. I'm coming in late, so forgive me if these ideas are really outrageous. First of all, for the briefing books, is there some reason why you have to have a deadline when you drop all this stuff? And why couldn't you stagger the availability? So starting a month ahead, something might be available. Put it up there. Start reading. Put the next thing. Put the next thing. There must be a reason for that. So let me know. The second, for shorter meetings, are there some agenda items that we could do in advance virtually, like the closed session? Or the budget and legislative committees? Those are restricted groups. And as Ms. Riding said, there are some things we could do online and have plenty of people participate who otherwise might not be able to come to the meeting, or they're listening to it on YouTube. And the advisory bodies, I would have to say, some of the greatest pleasant surprises of joining the council is that these bodies are there. It's almost like they pre-digest this stuff for us. We still need to read it, but I'm with Ms. Mattis. Sometimes I might read the executive summary, maybe because it's technical or I'm just catching up. But it's really lovely to have them. One of the things I notice is that when they do meet outside of the council period, I can join them virtually. I can join the virtual meetings. I actually asked asked my leader here from the state of California if it would be okay for me to leave the table and go to an advisory meeting. She said, no, you got to be in the chair here. So, that's one advantage of having it outside. It is nice when they're here too, because you can actually see them. One thing I might suggest, and I suppose this might be heresy for like the legal record for the meeting, but is it possible for the reports? I consider it my responsibility to read those reports as they come out because they're so helpful and so rich. And that's what that means. And I read them. So when someone comes and reads them word for word, it's not always as effective. This morning we had one report where a person said, look, ours is the same as so-and-so's. Let me just highlight 3 things. That was excellent, refreshing, easier. I think some of us just tune out when it's hard. It's not easy to be exciting when you read some of these reports. So just if there's no legal obligation to read it word for word, do that. Also heard this morning a suggestion that for highly technical documents, just a half-page executive summary for the layperson would be helpful. Those are just some ideas. And thank you so much for considering these efficiencies. It couldn't have come at a better time to make some progress on these. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rebecca. Corey Niles and then Ryan. So, Corey.
Well, I was actually going to, thanks, Mr. Chair. I was going to say something similar to Rebecca's first comment of, the history of the briefing book having one single deadline. They packaged it, and Krista's still getting it in the FedEx envelope. But yeah, we've heard a lot of the trade-offs involved. But yeah, why could there not be multiple deadlines depending on what the meeting was and what the topic was? But I think Lynn hit the nail on the head. I think the connection to the efficiency is better use of council staff time. And I think anyone who's ever worked with me on a management team knows that I will push the deadline until like council discussion happens. But so I tend to favor the better information, more time than more time to read. But we're all different. So I'm just repeating some of the questions Rebecca said, but I think the answer to her question is because it used to be packaged together and sent FedEx.
Thank you, Corey. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you. I support the concepts here and appreciate all the work done by Mayor King Kelly and council staff on this and outlining these. I do think these are some core areas that we have whittled down to from all of the various meetings, and I do think there's some good places to start, not just for cost savings, but for efficiencies. On the briefing book size, I had some comments and I just realized I probably shouldn't be committing anything on the NIM side to a briefing book schedule with these current times. But in general, I support kind of looking at what the 14-day like it's proposed. I do kind of like the GMT noted. I think there might be some flexibility needed. I think they pointed it out by meeting. I actually think it's more relevant for almost issues or those times where we do have massive technical analyses coming or like Lynn was stating, just where an agenda item or a council meeting is going to have significant documents to actually go through. So maybe one size fits all. I'll take Rebecca's point too on that. Also is something that council could explore. Regarding the informational reports, I fully support that. I think that is a tool that we can continue to use, and we have started to expand a little bit. I noted the gap mentioned using the ability to even put in reports that are for items that are not agendized, and just note that NIMS did that at this meeting with the groundfish stock assessment info report too. So I think that can also be incorporated as a way to get information out in front of the council without necessarily taking up specific agenda items. And then finally, regarding meeting times, I've stated this before on the previous agenda items, but obviously see this as something where we have been able to find a lot of efficiencies. I like the work that America and others have done with agendas going forward. So I do support that. I would just note, as I think I said in March, right, the current challenges that NIMS has with participating adequately in meetings that are happening outside normal business hours or business weekdays. Now, I recognize that other representatives, either council members or advisory bodies, might have additional challenges, but at least maybe as you're looking forward, and it's maybe more of a medium-term thing with your contracts, I think it'd also be useful to look at whether if we have a meeting that's going to be 3 days or such, maybe we could look to see if that could be focused during the week as opposed to over a weekend. But I do recognize that that may create other additional challenges for those that are here both before the meeting starts and after the meeting ends. And I think that sums up my comments on this package. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Asia?
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak for a reason not to have sort of rolling different timelines. And no, we can't say this word, but it's an equity reason. I've had some situations come up where if one constituent shares a piece of information or sets the tone of a conversation with an opinion, it can sway the rest of the comments on that issue, or give other people, other constituents a chance to prepare differently for how they might address a question. I can think of some examples of situations like that, but I think to have the same deadline for everyone creates the same opportunity to offer information to the discussion and doesn't allow, undue prep or retort about an issue. So I'm fine with deadline shifting, but I do really strongly feel that it has to be the same deadline for everybody.
Thanks, Asia. Sharon Keefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And somewhat along the line of what Asia just expressed, I mean, I certainly can appreciate, the underpinnings of the recommendation for consideration for a different publication deadline that gives staff more time. That I agree should be explored. However, I will certainly state that the beauty of the briefing book now, it's a one-stop shop for our constituents. It's the full briefing book for the most part, 99.9%. A few informational reports sometimes come in a little later. So they know when they go to it, everything is there. I would encourage that if we are going to explore changing that timeline to give staff more time, that you be able to advise our constituents, this topic is coming. There will be something about this particular topic in the briefing book by X date. So they at least know that it's not complete, that they'll need to come back. You need to give them kind of a roadmap of, what's going to be in there and when to come back to help keep that, I think, satisfaction up. And so something to think about as you're exploring this.
Thank you, Sharon. Krista Sisson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I will start with willing to try 14 days. I think that is a pretty big stretch for those of us that have challenges in terms of the briefing book and the volume that is associated with it. I mean, there's a reason why I have a paper copy, and it isn't because it's fun. That being said, I think that it is a big ask for members of the public that do have challenges to have the expectation that they are going to read hundreds of pages, if not thousands of pages, in less than 14 days. I am going to pivot here for a second on that one because I am appreciative of my colleagues around the table saying, hey, it should be everybody gets to the starting point at the same time, in the sense that when some people have longer to prepare than others, it is easier for them to have better talking points, shop ideas, do more outreach, etc. So I do think that it is important that whatever we move forward with, everybody has the same starting point. In terms of in-person versus online, I think that there are some pretty serious merits to both. But whatever we choose to do, I think that we need to be doing the same for all of our advisory bodies that are requesting whatever it is. And I'm not suggesting, like I think the SSC is saying, hey, we only want to do online. It's easier for us. But if there are some groups that only want to meet in person, I do think we really need to think about that. If we move to the online methodology, having the opportunity to be here for 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, however many days we're here, does afford you more access to council members, all council members, maybe not just the 1 or 2 that happen to be in your region. And I don't think that it is reasonable that some people would have significantly more access and potentially more sway than others based upon a decision like, hey, we're going to do in person for only some. I do like the mix that we currently have now where we're doing some in person and some online for all of our advisory bodies. And then the last thing I wanted to just speak briefly about was with regard to my colleague from Oregon's comments around timelines. And if we load 5 agenda items or 10 agenda items in, depending on how long your management team or your advisory panel is, that it can be a tremendous amount of workload, and that we likely, especially if we cut our meetings down, will have a shorter amount of time to prepare on all of our agenda items. And I agree that we probably will not get the same quality. I think we need to be very clear also with our management teams and advisory bodies, if we do proceed on that path, that we don't expect the same quality, because otherwise it's a recipe for burnout of people trying to deliver what they've been doing without the resources that they've had, which were limited to begin with. And to just provide a little insight on that one, you know, we made the decision this last year to cut the staff officer for international management, which has put the reporting on myself. I've always given an oral report. I will continue to give an oral report, but the quality of the reporting to the council for international activities is less than it was when we did have staff officers that were attending and participating. I'm not suggesting that we go back to the old method, but I am saying that when we made that decision, we set the expectation that it would not be at the same level. And I think if we're going to move forward on these, that we do need to set that expectation with our advisory bodies and management teams as well, so that they're not putting themselves in situations where we end up losing the talent completely because they burn out and decide they would rather go elsewhere.
Thank you, Krista. Corey Niles?
I think I could sit here and debate this deadline issue forever, but I think I was going to move on to another. I think that I don't like a one size. I don't think it's an either or, and I don't think a deadline should be. Not a one size fit all does not answer trade-offs for issues where the trade-offs they differ issue by issue, and it's the end point that I have in mind, not the starting point. And it's us from this perspective. At least I know all of us are listening to the very end before we have to make a decision on what we hear in public testimony, what others hear on the table. So to ignore information because we didn't make a deadline, there's nothing that gets me more than that. But also, I'll see if Butch wanted to stick that issue, and I just had a comment about the informational report and the enforcement consultants to make later.
Hey, Corey, Butch, Smith?
Yeah, just for the record, whatever the enforcement consultants want to do is fine with me. But anyway, you know, I started on a project that I brought to Merrick's attention a few years ago, and then he brought a panel above, and I like sausage, but I don't necessarily know what goes into it, but I know it's good when it comes out the other end, and probably wouldn't want to know what went into it in some parts, but it brings me to the ask, do we really need 300 and 400 page documents, and how much time that takes, and I'm sure we need them somewhere so somebody could look at all the detailed nuclear science that goes into making those documents. But in those documents, we've cut out a pretty good section of our consumers that have no idea what they say, and I'm still, before I take off this suit and burn it whenever that might be, would like to be able to myself read a good groundfish document in you know, some 8th or 9th or even sophomore college English, and be able to interpret it. And I, you know, when we had that little discussion with, I think, the SCC, I really got a lot of good comments, and from that group, on doing something like that. And when we, maybe that might save time, you know, that we work towards simplifying some of those documents. I think executive summary or whatever, I've heard it around the table. I've heard, you know, and so I, you know, maybe eventually how we do business, you know, and get it to our consumers, our constituents, change a little bit too, so they can understand them. And I know they hire some people, some groups hire some pretty educated people, way beyond the Owako University's degree I have, that can't discern some of those documents. And you know, I think we should listen to what they have said and maybe work towards that. So that's just a pitch for my, and this might be the right timing for that, as we improve things and streamline things and make things, for a better word, more better. I know that's a horrible way to say things, but anyway, I appreciate it. And thank you, Krista, for your comments. And I think you do a dandy job on your report. So just for the record, so thank you.
All right, thank you much. David Sones, and then Romick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to comment also on, I really would oppose remote ABNM in the management teams doing their business that way. Just the experience of, even though I wasn't on the council, I listened in on a lot of what was going on during the COVID times, and things got really ugly, you know, talking to each other online. There's just something about our people sitting down in a room and working things out. It just face to face has to be. You just get more aggressive, less considerate, I think, when you're talking to a screen than when you're talking to somebody's face. There's also a lot of interaction between the ABs and the MTs, where they're meeting and talking with each other or asking questions from the advisory bodies to those management teams that, you know, can happen directly or with a little group, but you don't have to try and figure it out online. I just think that would really be a bad idea. If our people you got to walk into one of these tribal meetings, and just the tension in there is unreal, but it would be a lot worse if they weren't able to sit down face to face and work through everything. You know, there's even a lot of contentions within, you know, say the SAS. I know they've been struggling with some stuff this week. And if you're not there in the room with each other, you're just not going to get it worked out. I mean, it's just too easy to walk away when you're not sitting down, or you can't go out and have dinner. You know, when I was on the council before and I had Sandy Ziner was my staffer, she was also my social director. And she had me out to dinner with all the council people, all the people in all these management teams and ABs, just to sit and have dinner and talk and get to know each other and become a family. I think you'll lose that family if you go to remote ways of doing business. It's just not the same. And also, I agree with Butch on these documents that we're policy people here. I'm feeling like I have to be a scientist now in order to understand what is going on around the table. We have people that do that for us. We're policy makers, and our decisions should be made in a policy light. And having to go through 10,000 pounds of documents that half the time I don't understand. But I understand a lot more than a lot of our people do, because I did manage fisheries for 25 years and do understand a lot of this stuff. I'm not a biologist, but a policy person then. But it's hard for me to get through that stuff too. And so I think we could lighten the load a little and get it more in layman's terms so people can understand how to work their way through these documents and comment on it. And for me, the most important thing, though, is I think we got to keep the face-to-face meetings in place, because it just keeps us together as a family. Thank you.
Mark Rowley?
Yeah, let me start by endorsing Dave Soames' comments. It may not be true for every meeting or every advisory group every time, but I know you're familiar with Salmon, I'm familiar with Salmon, and that's an iterative process where there's continual interaction during a council meeting with the advisory bodies. And I think we recognize the need to have that process in person, and that same is true for the North Falcon process, which is an iterative process. And I also want to endorse the notion that when things get posted to the briefing book, the authors need to be aware of the audience of the briefing book. And the audience isn't someone in the next Carol, another scientist. The audience is the council and the stakeholders. The topic here, though, is council efficiencies. And that has arisen out of, obviously significant budget challenges that the council faces, which may be getting exacerbated. And so when I look at the various suggestions here and recommendations, I think to myself, what is this going to do to ease the financial burden? And certainly shortening meetings is something, because save on hotel, per diem, council member compensation, et cetera. I'm not sure in my own mind what altering the briefing book production time does to save the council money. There may be some efficiencies within within staff operations, but we have the same staff, and obviously shortening the production time is going to create some difficulties on one end or the other. And so I guess I understand that maybe it's a potential efficiency for staff. I'm not sure that that's an economic efficiency. And I guess to the same extent, I'll comment on the suggestion that perhaps we can engage with remote printing. I'm not sure how that is a financial efficiency when FedEx takes a day to deliver it and we have printers in the council office. North of Falcon is a challenge for us as a council, because it's a process we have to accommodate in order to do our business here, and it takes time. And you know what, honestly, it isn't always north of Falcon that takes a lot of time. Sometimes south of Falcon takes time too. But I don't want to see those salmon considerations shortchange other FMPs and other stakeholders by forcing us to shorten other meetings simply because we can't shorten March and April. I don't think it's fair to the other stakeholders. I don't think it's fair to all the other folks in the council process. So I understand the need to shorten council meetings, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that already. The need to have some advisory body meetings remote, and we've done a lot of that already. And maybe there is a way for us to be more efficient with salmon. Maybe there's a way, and I think we need to consult with the North Falcon people and say, is there anything we can do or you can do to help us save some time? But whatever that answer is, I don't want to see that shortchanging other parts of the council process.
All right. Thank you, Mark. All right. Well, Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I had that one last thought on the informational report question. Yeah, I think Dave, you said it wonderfully about the remote and what happened in the pandemic. Agree. And Mark, yeah, I think the efficiency connection is all, again, I'll use the word trade-offs. There are trade-offs with everything. So I was thinking about the trade-offs with informational reports, and I was thinking something similar of this value of being in person of the Coast Guard report we get every year came to mind, and so would we lose something if we didn't have that interaction with the Rear Admiral and staff? And my thought was yes, we would lose that interaction. So I think it might be a case by case thinking about the trade-offs, but long way of saying I liked what the enforcement consultants had that thought before seeing their suggestion of there's a middle ground, and just wanted to call that out. And some I think there will be some issues where when we're doing meeting planning we should debate whether or make recommendations to staff on whether something could be informational or need its own agenda item, even if it's the purpose of the agenda item is mainly informational and not decisional.
Okay. Thanks, Corey. Okay. Well, Kelly, we got a pretty good airing here.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate the robust discussion around the staff proposals and our steps that we have taken to kind of move towards your recommendations from June 2024. I've taken some good notes. I will not summarize them here today in the essence of efficiency, but really do appreciate, it is hard to change the way that we have done business for quite some time. And so these discussions and these ongoing updates kind of help us reframe our thinking, think of other options to implement to meet your recommended goals. So I feel that I have what I need from this discussion, but I would like to look over to Executive Director Burden just to see if he has any other things he'd like to tease out from this discussion before we move on.
All right. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll also express my appreciation for this very healthy discussion. Kelly and I are planning to just ensure that we're in lockstep as we continue going forward, so we'll have another conversation along these lines later this year. And I think as you'll see that as we go through the effort of implementing what you directed us to do last year, that, like I was saying to Ms. Mattis earlier, we pull one thread, a lot of things come with it. So we'll be describing to you how all of these things fit together, and might take some more discussion as we do that. So just appreciate all of your attentiveness to this and your openness to doing things differently. And we'll get there. I'm confident we'll get there. So thank you.
All right. Well, very good. So that takes care of C5. And we have a 4 o'clock salmon, right? So I guess we'll see everybody back here at 4. And yes, we could get out of these suits and comfortable clothes for everybody, and we'll go from there at 4 o'clock. That sounds so, right? Oh, Dave?
I just wanted to say before we left this agenda item, one thing I used to, always brag about when Don McIsaac was there is I believe this is the best council out of all the councils. I'm a little biased, but we have done all this stuff very efficiently. I think the way we've structured and moved everything very methodical and careful about what we do. So I'm a little uncomfortable with why are we having to fix so many things we work so hard to achieve through efficiencies, and clear back to the days when we managed rockfish as red rock, brown rock, black rock, and that was all we had. Now we got 70 some different species that we manage. That takes time, and it's important that we go through all these species and understand our impacts on them, because we did drive them into the ground. And right about the time our people were about ready to go fishing, everything got wiped out. Canaries gone, yellowtails messed up. I mean, it was just a mess. And so we did move into this big, huge effort to understand all those species and how we interact with them and how they interact with each other. And it's very well thought out. And so we should give ourselves credit for really doing a good job over the last 20 years. But I wanted to get that in there before we left the agenda.
Yeah. All right. Okay, we'll see everybody here at 4 o'clock. Oh, Salmon. So, and I'll give the gavel to Vice Chair Hasmer. Well, I don't have to be here. Joking.
Okay, let's gather around here. I think as I scan around, everyone is in their seats that needs to be there. So we are going to continue with our last agenda item for today, D6 under salmon management. I'll turn it over to Angela Forstall for the overview. Angela.
Thank you. This is agenda item D6, further direction on 2025 management measures. So the STT will be presenting a preliminary analysis of the tentative management measures that have been identified by the council so far at this meeting. And the council should provide further clarification and direction regarding the management measures to the STT as necessary. You do have that one supplemental report from the STT under this agenda item. I will note that this is a bit lighter than they typically are. The STT opted to save a few trees this go around, since the only change really would be reflected in table 5, and the additional call-in language from Oregon will just be added to what we bring forward tomorrow for tables 1 and 2. And in addition to that, you do have 2 individuals signed up for public comment.
All right, thank you, Angela. Questions on the overview before we begin? Seeing no questions then, I think our first report is the Salmon Technical Team report. Dr. O'Farrell. Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. I will be referring to agenda item D6A, Salmon Technical Team Report, Coalition of Preliminary Salmon Management Alternatives for the 2025 Ocean Fisheries. There has been no change to the first few pages here of the report. Table 1 has had no change. Table 5 on page 1. Page 2, nothing has changed there. Moving on to page 3, there have been some changes here. For Klamath River Fall Chinook, we now meet a 19,417 escapement and a 10% exploitation rate. So the in-river tribal and state fisheries have changed. In Sacramento River Fall Chinook, there's no change of substance here, but there's a rounding error on the ocean recreational impacts. It should be 3.4 instead of 3.3. Moving on to page 4, there's no change. That concludes our update.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the technical team report? I want to make sure everybody's had time to digest it. Had the report here for a while. And not seeing any questions, so thank you, Mike. That's all the reports we have. 2 public comments. Wait till those signups show up on the screen here. And we have Jim Yarnell, followed by Barry Day. Jim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Council. My name is Jim Yarnell, and I'm a recreational fisherman from Eureka, California, and I have no business relationship with the salmon industry, and I want to disclose that in no way is this tied to the SAS. It's my personal opinion. We began the season setting process in February, and unfortunately, as you're all aware, the returns both to the Klamath and Sacramento were extremely disappointing, especially on the Sacramento. The returns just weren't there. That was followed up by the Ocean Abundance, and again, they were disappointing and they were lower levels than the previous year. In addition, over the winter, the Klamath 4 dams on the Klamath River had been removed, and there's considerable uncertainty regarding the effects of those dam removal. The Fall Creek Hatchery, located within the dam footprint, was supposed to provide a bridge to while recolonization was occurring. Unfortunately, the broodstock didn't return in the numbers that were anticipated, and they only received approximately 10% of their egg-taking goal. So that is, again, another uncertainty and perhaps delaying the recolonization and repopulation of the Klamath River. So we move forward here, and then next came the NIMS guidance letter, and to be quite honest, I was stunned when we read that. It was last year we had higher abundances. This year we had lower abundances, followed by poor model performance. And last year we were mandated to have a target escapement of 180,000, and this year the guidance said we could go down to 122,000. And in addition to that, we just didn't see the opportunity there. And last year, our state gave us guidance that they wanted the season closed. We looked forward to the state's position, and we were told that we would receive that potentially on the start of this meeting. Director Bonham came and he said, I want you to go ahead and run with the option through and see where it goes through the week. I will commend the SAS California sport reps to try to mitigate all the concerns regarding a limited season, reducing the time periods to 2-day openers. Initially, we have safety concerns, we have catch and monitoring concerns, we have concerns at ports and boat ramps, we have safety concerns. Like I said, I think that SAS and the department has done everything they can do to monitor and to mitigate those concerns as much as possible. We are all products of past experiences. I spent my career in the fire service, and as an incident commander, we were always taught to minimize risk or manage risk as much as possible. And a couple of things come to mind, truisms in the fire service, and those are risk a lot to save a lot, and risk a little to save a little. And for me personally, I don't see the rewards here outweighing the risk. I see more hazards in going forward with even a 2 to 4 day season likely during the summer. That being said, on the safety concerns, another truism in the fire service is if you can predict an event, it's preventable. And we only have to look at the recent incidents during the November crab season at Bodega Bay, 2 separate incidences back to back. Both exercised poor judgment, but they both resulted in multiple fatalities. So me, as wearing my hat as a ex-fire incident commander, it's not worth for me to risk the potential of, we know we've created the worst, or by definition, a derby fishery, and all those negative aspects of a derby fishery will be present. And I hope I'm here a year from now and you can tell me I was all wrong here and that there weren't any significant incidents. But I have real concerns with injuries or fatalities because of our actions, and I personally can't be complicit in that. I'm here for the long game. I think another year off would rebuild the process, rebuild the stocks, and I've had the good years in salmon fishing. I want to be a good steward of that resource and pass that on to future generations. I have 2 grandchildren that are 4 and 1 that's 6, and I want to be there when they catch that first salmon on my boat. And I think I want them to experience what I have. So I am recommending that alternative 3 is put in place and a complete closure of the California recreational season. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Yarnall on his testimony? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you, Jim. I know how hard that statement must be to make, but your cautions are very important considerations. And I appreciate the deep thought that you've put into this issue and your courage to come up and provide that perspective today.
Thank you.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks, Jim. And now Barry Day. Good afternoon, Barry.
Does this thing work? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I spelled my name right today, gentlemen, so we're on a roll. Yeah. Risk and reward is sort of a big thing with fishing. You don't want to head out on a rocky ocean for one fish, but the risk and reward at the moment with, you know, since I've been here, I come along to push for do some fishing. That's my job, you know, to give a bit of a push. But talking with the guys here, and this last option we got on commercial for that Bolinas fishery in Point Sur, it was looking good where I'm there, and you know, I did my little aftermarket chatting there with people, and thought we'll see how we go. But the way it's panning out, it's too messy. The risks here, well, the penalty, you already know the penalties we face, you know, if we snag a Klamath fish or whatever there. But the way it's set up at the moment, that can happen. With the offshore, they can get out there and get them. And another thing, this is bureaucracy, which I'm facing here now, is any boat coming north, a Bodega boat that goes around Point Reyes, won't be able to go back and sell his fish. He'll have to take them to San Francisco, and that's the way it's structured at the moment. And to me, that's a game stopper right there. It's sort of, with current bureaucracy, that can spread. Is that going to happen on a full season with boats? You know, I know that's about assets, etc., but still, that's not acceptable. And the other thing, really, the numbers. You know, we got it bumped up to 25 fish a week, and I'm, oh yeah, but the quota's still the same. So, okay, so it's not a month of 25 fish. It's, you know, we bang them off in 1 week, and because what's going to happen there, the fleet here is 25, and oh wow, here we go, and gear up, and even put a deckhand on and get in there, and bang, it's over in a week. So to me, it's just too messy to go forward at the moment. And I respect all the constraints around here that users stuck with, but that's it. Yeah, I'm back, and we just close her up and get it right.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Day on his testimony? And seeing no questions, thank you, Barry. That completes reports and the public comment. Any discussion, or this is time for provide any needed guidance to assist the STT? And I'll look around. My usual starter here, Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have some guidance for the council today. So this guidance is relative to Agenda Item D3A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated April 12th, 2025. I had to go back around, as Angela pointed out, the what the STT brought us today didn't actually have all the regulatory information in it. So we went back to the previous STT report. Implement the following changes on Table 1, the WDFW Commercial Management section, beginning on page 1 under Supplemental Management Information. Modify trade to read commercial troll traded 9,000 marked coho to the recreational fishery for 2,250 Chinook. The Chinook are to be removed from recreational subareas as listed in the table below and added to the July-September troll fishery. Coho are to be removed from the commercial troll fishery and added to the recreational subareas as listed in the table below. In the table, it shows 1,000 Chinook traded from Nia Bay, 450 from Westport, and 800 from El Waco for a total of 2,250. And Coho received 940 in Nia Bay, 230 in La Push, 3,330 in Westport, and 4,500 in El Waco for a total of 9,000. Recalculate the non-Indian commercial troll TAC for Chinook and Coho to reflect this trade. And then for the U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon in the spring season, adjust the catch limits for the U.S.-Canada border to Queets River area as no more than 9,000 Chinook, and the Ledbetter Point to Cape Falcon area no more than 6,000 Chinook. And then in Table 2, WDFW Recreational Management, beginning on page 7, under Supplemental Management Information, recalculate recreational troll TAC for Chinook and Coho to reflect the trade described in the commercial management information above. Recalculate all sub-area guidelines and quotas accordingly. And for the Nia Bay and La Push sub-areas, modify the daily limits as follows. Open 7 days per week, June 21st to July 3rd, all salmon except coho, one salmon per day, and then beginning July 4th, all salmon, 2 salmon per day. And again, that's the same regulation change for the Nia Bay sub-area and the La Push sub-area. And that's what I have for today. There's been a lot of work over the past 24 hours plus to try to get to the finish line with some of our Puget Sound critical stocks, our coastal coho stocks. Also keeping an eye on Columbia River summers, trying to keep our impact down on those as we step forward. We had some inside changes that were ready yesterday, but there wasn't an official STT run, so we'll get those in for tonight's run and may have some additional inside fishery changes as well that will come through that process.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Since this is going to the STT, let me check in with Dr. O'Farrell and just see if it's all clear. Good. All right, thank you. Let me go over to Oregon. John, anything here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This afternoon, Oregon doesn't have any guidance to provide. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me continue around. California, Marcia Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have some guidance. Looking at agenda item D3A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated April 12th, 2025. Implement the following changes to Table 1. Point raised to Point Sur, San Francisco and Monterey subarea. Remove the September season dates, quota, vessel limit, and associated 2025 regulatory language. Replace with closed.
All right, thank you. Again, Dr. O'Farrell, no questions on that? Okay. And that completes it, Marcy, the guidance?
Yes, that completes it. I would like a chance to speak to it.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And with that, I'd like to call up George Bradshaw.
George, welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. I'll take the opportunity as well, to speak to this decision for commercial fleet and, our decisions through SAS. It wasn't without a whole lot of trying. I tend to see these last few years, these council meetings are more draining than actually going fishing. It's tough business, when you're trying to figure out how to get opportunity when there isn't any there. I know that everybody tried to go, turn over every stone and shake out every cushion to try to figure out a way to get some kind of access. But at the end of the day, the public comment before me, there was just, risk and unknown uncertainty everywhere. This fall fishery was the last that we had on paper, and we all, I think, here know that it's associated with what's called a credit card fishery. No one knows that interest rate until next year when we got to go pay it. And, with the very limited opportunity in the super small sub area, that bill that was going to have to be paid by the whole fleet, looming in all the unknown and risk just didn't make sense. And that's where we came from and brought forward this, the decision that we've got here today.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Any more comments on that or questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Thank you, George. And David Soames.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I do have some guidance today. There it is. For the ocean troll fishery, I provide the following guidance and analysis by the STT. Alternative 1, which is the only alternative we have now, is 45,000 Chinook and 37,500 coho. The alternatives consist of a May 1 to June 30th Chinook directed fishery and a July 1 start date. To all species fishery, Chinook and coho, the season structure with regard to closing date is still under discussion among the tribes. The Chinook quota will be split between the two time periods.
All right. Thank you. And again, Dr. O'Farrell, any questions? No questions. Anything else you wanted to speak to on that? Or?
Just briefly, I really appreciate how much work has gone into getting to this number. It's been real difficult for all the parties, and just want to thank them for getting us to this point. I know it hasn't been easy. Thank you.
All right. Also appreciate all the work. I know it's hard. Look around and see if there's anything else here. Otherwise, check in with Angela. Susan Bishop first.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just had one question for Kyle. He and I touched bases on this just a little bit previous to the session here, but I just wanted to confirm with Kyle that the trades meet the requirements of the FMP in terms of port allocations and the different steps that need to be taken with regard to the trades.
I believe they do.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Discussion? Angela?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We received guidance from Washington, California, and the tribes, and the STT will work that into their next report that they will bring to you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much. I believe that completes this agenda item, and I cannot let you go. I have to pass the gavel back to the chair for that.
All right. Thank you, Chair Hassemer, and thank you, everyone. Before we go, I'm going to turn to Executive Director Burton for announcements. So, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good work today, everybody. So given the late timing of salmon today, we'll look to most likely delay salmon a little bit tomorrow. So just so everyone is on the same page, we're planning to start tomorrow morning with going back to G3, which we left open. That is the Sardine specs and management measures question. We're expecting a report back from the CPSMT. After that, we'll take up G5, which is the CPS science needs and priorities matter. I would plan to go to C3 after that, which is our cross FMP. There's a socioeconomic framework update. That's one of our special projects. After that, we might start looking for salmon. So that might get us to about lunch or shortly thereafter. So that's what I've penciled out thus far. But Angela and I will stay in touch throughout the evening, and I'll have another update for you in the morning. Other than that, just a reminder about the Critfic avian predation matter. We're scheduled to have that at 7 p.m. this evening in the new SAS room, and I don't know where that's at, but I know it's not in the old one. And Angela's shaking her head, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Angela, go ahead.
Currently still